start on the Uganda anthem? Or should I sing? Okay, we're going to sing. We're going to sing because we can do this. All right. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty together, always stand. Okay, your MC is going to take you for the ASC anthem as well, because someone up there. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Let's have our seats. I see that we still need, we need to do a course in the ESC anthem. If you're being honest, you probably know like 3 lines. But that is not the spirit of Jumuiya. So today we are making a note to change that sometime this week. All right, so we are going to get into our program, but before we do thank you very much. Perhaps it's even if it's so KTA is partnering with Common Content Hub and Test Advisory. I'd like to recognize them as well. I'd like to also mention our various sponsors: Uganda Law Society, The Drop, who are our gracious hosts, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Jumia, KCB Bank, Safe Border, Blush, Elevate, Uvotam, Huawei, The Villa, Tuvayo, Smart 24 TV, Rock Telecom, who by the way are providing us with Wi-Fi. I'll give you the password in just a few minutes. And Big Conversations, Ordinary People. Thank you very much for partnering with us, with KTA Advocates, to make the symposium a reality. Now I hope you are feeling relaxed. The weather is really nice today, it's not as hot as yesterday. So feel free to really just talk to people. This really isn't a conference style thing. The way we are seated is very intentional. We'd like you to feel comfortable. We do have the breakfast buffet already over there in the corner, so you can order and go get your breakfast. We'll do this as sort of a working breakfast, okay? So you can have your breakfast as we jump into the program. Now today in particular, our sub-theme is the agribusiness ecosystem. Yesterday, if you were with us, we had various conversations about what that means. We talked about especially women and skilling in business, and we talked a lot about the climate aspect of things. But today, in particular, we want to talk about this ecosystem. Yesterday, I remember that when we were having our fireside chat in the evening with Mr. Patrick Ayota of NSSF, he was saying how a lot of us view agriculture, if we're being honest, we view it as just digging in the village. No? We do not see it as much more than that. But it's such a wide and diverse system that has manufacturing and has inputs and all these different things. So there's so many opportunities for all of us to be in the agricultural sector. It's not just about the digging. That's literally just part one of so many. So we want to look at that ecosystem, why it's so important, not just to this project, but the economy as a whole. So we're going to have quite a number of different angles at which we are going to hit this today. But as always, we really want to start from the angle of policy, because none of these things exist in a vacuum. Right? All of the things that we are trying to do in the business sector, especially, exist within the framework of policy, of laws and regulations. So we want to look at those things, the enabling us. What does it really mean for people in the agribusiness ecosystem? And on that note, I would like to introduce our first speaker this morning. We are honored to have with us Ms. Catherine Muwumuza, who is the Superintendent Support Services at the Ministry of Science and Technology, Technology and Innovation. She'll be representing Dr. Monica Musenero. Welcome, Ms. Muwumuza. Let's give her a clap, please.
Thank you. That was fast. I thought I was going to take for about an hour. Thank you. I like correcting my name. It's Kathy. Just in case you give me a check and it bounces. It's Kathy. Very excited to be here. I'm excited to be here. When I walked in, I told Kenneth, I think you've innovated events. It's refreshing to know that it's not your typical conference style. So I hope you'll have some data on how the engagement has gone. So once again, my name is Kathy Muwumuza. I am the Superintendent Support Services. I will explain the nomenclature in a minute. Support Services at Science, Technology and Innovation, and trust me, I have the coolest job there. My job is to make sure that innovations turn into businesses or enterprises. It sounds cool, but it's also a bit complicated. So I kind of have fun on a daily basis, but also the fun is 60% and then 40% the challenges. When the minister told me to represent us this morning, I don't know what he said, I don't know what he promised, but she kept reminding me every end of the country to send me a message. I hope you remember I have to be somewhere in Friday. So there was no way I could say I forgot. I had to be. Now, the invitation letter came with a topic, which said this service came. Moving away from what your topic today is. And I hope I will speak into it. So I have a speech, and you're going to forgive me, I'm not so good at reading speeches. So I'll pause here and there, but this is my opinion, just in case I don't have to go see the speech, but I know it will align. Give my opinion, and I'll keep saying. Just to give a background of the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. We are no longer a ministry, we are a secretariat. We were restructured about 2 years ago with the new cabinet. We are a much leaner structure, and we have focus areas which we call industrial value chains. I will expound on the value chains that we focus on. But also beyond focusing on the value chains, we are also focusing on support for innovators and creators. And the support services range from the funding, the ecosystem, policy. So we are structured like a company. We make sure that what we fund succeeds. And of late we've been known more for the mobility Europe, because the buses was of course on the road. We recently launched, I don't know if you've seen our new product which we are calling Bingwa, which was launched on Independence. So the mobility bureau tends to make all of us look like we're not working, we're the only ones working. But we also have Industry 4.0 Plus, which is digital. I think Ken has been on our think tanks, and we are truly also innovating how we approach national development using STI. And if I would want to invite all of you to join in, we have think tanks. They are open to everyone, regardless of whether you're in school or not in school. It's open, and that's where we get most of the ideas that we get to implement. Now, back to the speech. The topic that was given to the Honorable Minister is the triad of progress: science, technology, and innovation as catalysts for national development. And she says, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I want to thank KTA Advocates for organizing this very important symposium. It is a privilege to stand before you today. Imagine she's the one. If you ignore the hair, just imagine she's the one. To discuss a topic of paramount importance, the triad of progress: science, technology, and innovation as catalysts for national development. In an era where progress is not just desirable, but imperative, understanding the synergistic relationship between these three pillars is crucial for national development. Now, I think it's gone off. Okay, great. So, it's fine. We can go ahead as they figure out the infrastructure. So science, technology, and innovation have always been integral to human development. They are the bedrock upon which civilizations have thrived and societies have prospered. Today, more than ever, these elements are indispensable in the shaping of the destiny of nations. To effectively understand the role STI plays in national development, as the STI Secretariat, we've had to go back to the basics of clearly defining the key pillars of what we have termed as the STI economic highway. This highway takes us from an idea to a product that clients are willing to pay for. Now, let me go off the speech a bit. Like I said, we were restructured about 2 years ago. And when we came into implementing the mandates that were given, we found one key challenge. You all know what the Ministry of Health is meant to deliver for you, right? Health services. you know what ICT, what education is meant to deliver for you. You know what STI is meant to deliver for you. What does the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation deliver for you? That was the biggest challenge before. That one, we didn't, even ourselves, didn't understand what we are meant to deliver. And if you don't understand what you're meant to deliver, neither does your client know what they're meant to get from you. That means you don't know what to do and how to deliver it. So we had to go back to the basics and define what does STI deliver for the country. That is why during that time we had a lot of backlash, the mice, the rats, then the buses, then it was all over. But no one could clearly articulate what they expected from STI as an entity. So we had to go back to understanding what is STI. I really wish that slide of STI Economic Highway could come up. So we had to define the components of STI: science, technology, and innovation. And in defining these three, it gave us an understanding of what do we deliver and how do we deliver it. So science, we defined it as the systematic study and collection of data from the natural world to create knowledge. So science is simply the knowledge. It is the wellspring of new ideas and discoveries that propel humanity forward. In the context of national development, science provides the raw material for technology advancements. It equips us with the understanding of natural phenomena, enabling us to harness the forces of nature for the benefit of society. So we figured out what science is meant to deliver: simply the knowledge. Now, technology, on the other hand, is the practical application of the scientific knowledge. So we go from the science to the technology. Now, at first, most of us understood science as simply the science, the one that we learned in school of, where you define science as living and what? Non-living things, and then we end there. We found that we didn't link it to translating into technology, and that is the application of science. So technology is the bridge that connects the theoretical to the tangible, turning ideas into inventions that transform our lives. And whether that is the wheel or the printing press or the internet, technology has consistently driven progress throughout history. In today's globalized world, nations that excel in technology are better positioned to address societal challenges, enhance productivity, and achieve economic growth. Now we define science, technology. Now we move on to innovation. Technology alone is not enough. It requires continuous innovation to remain relevant and effective. Innovation is the engine that propels us forward, constantly pushing the boundaries of what is possible. It fosters creativity, adaptability, and the ability to solve complex problems. In the context of national development, innovation is a secret sauce that transforms incremental improvements into disruptive advancement, giving nations a competitive edge in the global arena. So we've walked from science to technology to innovation. Now we asked ourselves, why hasn't STI delivered for the country? We've been in universities. You've all done some school projects, you've innovated something new, but why is it at the end of the day they do not translate into economic impact for our nation? And that is where we had to come up with the highway. Now, our highway does not stop on innovation. we noticed that for STI to deliver, there are two other components that need to be completed, and that's commercialization and industrialization. Now, most times we tend to walk the journey of STI up until innovation, and we ignore the industrialization and commercialization. Once we figured out the STI economic highway, it helped us as the Secretariat to structure what kind of support do you give at each stage. So before, you'd find that maybe when you're at science, which is the knowledge, or you're at technology, or you're at innovation, the kind of support you need from it is different. Even the funding, you find that maybe you'll need grants at the first stage of the highway, but in industrialization and commercialization, you'll need a different kind of structured funding, equity or VC or whatever that is. So it helped us internally as the Secretariat to determine how do we use STI to deliver economic growth. And that is what we've termed as the STI economic highway. This is helping us articulate and structure what we do and all the strategies that we are trying to implement at the moment. The interdependence of STI is undeniable. The interdependence of STI is undeniable. Scientific research fuels technological innovation, which in turn creates new opportunities for further scientific exploration. This symbiotic relationship is the triad of progress. And it is this very synergy that propels nations towards sustainable development. I don't know if you've read the book of Kicking Away the Ladder. I don't know if any of you have read it. You notice that most if you notice there's a challenge you have, create a product for it. And that's the best way we are going to build our nation. If there's a problem, try to find a solution. Don't delegate thinking. Don't think Kathy is there in STI ministry, they will sort the issue we are having as a nation. So let's embrace STI as a way of life, celebrating our diversity and the boundless potential within us. We have a slogan. I did put on my uniform today, on my t-shirt. It's one that I bought into, which is together. As STI, our goal is to make Uganda the best. Laugh about it. But for us, we are on that goal. And every single day we wake up working towards that. So when I get a phone call in the morning at 4 a.m. saying we have a meeting, before I complain, I remember what we are working towards. So once again, thank you for taking this opportunity to invite us. And we hope that we can build a more fulfilling and engaging relation. I love the idea of skilling. Like I mentioned earlier, we are piloting our investor readiness program, which is hands-on, and would be interested in seeing where KTA can plug in and advance the skilling of our, I don't want to say young people, because
Recording in progress.
even up there someone can innovate, of our creators and innovators. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Kathy. That was, I feel like you were definitely paying attention. There's a way you were presenting things that you're a good teacher. Let me just say that. She brought up a lot of interesting things, and I think she extended quite a number of invitations as well. I feel like, I know we said let's not say young people, but as young people, because I'm about to leave that bracket, as young people, we're often wondering, we're innovators, how do we access people like Kathy? How do we access these spaces? Because the opportunities are actually there, but we are actually, sometimes we are not being proactive enough to get into these spaces, or we just think they're closed, that we don't have an in. Or she's extended a couple of invitations, and I know there's some of you that are innovators, or you know other innovators that need to be in places like this. Take up these spaces. Who else, right? If we are not taking up those types of spaces, then who is? There's a question that you asked about why projects don't translate into economic value. And there's all these projects that are happening, so many people are innovating. And we had a brief chat earlier about how it's not for a lack of ideas, or even really good ideas, but it's for a lack of basic soft skills that get you the type of funding that you need, or help you find the kind of partners that you need to move from the idea level. Hi, my name is, this is what I do, pitching. There are a lot of basic skills that we don't have. Does the organization have a structure? You know, are you investor ready? And so even before we answer these big questions of are you investor ready, within the symposium, the project that we are trying to do is to skill people with these basic things. That we're talking about even using a smartphone, because we are targeting not just people here in Kampala. You know, are there people up country who are in the business of agriculture able to use just a basic smartphone to do just everyday things that can help them prepare what they're doing, even on a very small scale, right? So we really also invite you, of course, and other development partners to join us in this project so that we can be able to provide these basic soft skills to upgrade what people are doing just right at the grassroots level, because it feeds into so many things that we're trying to do as a larger economy. Now, I'm going to once again invite you to order for something to eat, order for something to drink. This is a very relaxed space. We continue to eat and drink as we have these conversations. The KTA has been convening this symposium for 5 years. This is the 6th. And it's no secret that this costs quite a bit of money to bring something like this together. And the group was generous enough to give us this amazing location to do this. So we hope that in return, you'll buy a drink, you will have a cake, have something. They're providing just the most amazing things for us to be able to be as comfortable as we can as we go through that symposium. Just another thing to our online audience, listening to you here, if you're posting, sharing, and we really hope that you will, please tag us, tag KTA Law on Twitter, tag the KTA Annual Symposium on Instagram, use our hashtags KTA Symposium and Skills for Digital UG. And internet access, yes, I shall not give you in lights. If you'd like to use the Wi-Fi, Rock Telecom is providing amazing Wi-Fi, and you can just use Rock at KTA. The password is, I'll give you a second to go into the password. KTA at 2023. KTA at 2023. So you can use the free Wi-Fi that the good people at Rock Telecom are providing today. Also, we have some exhibitors upstairs, so feel free to go up and have a look at some of there's a couple of our partners, as well as some products. Ugandan made, we love to have a look at those and maybe buy something. So feel free in some of the breaks that we'll have to go over there, check out the different exhibitors that we have joining us, just right up these stairs in the hub area up there. All right. One more thing. I promise I'm almost done with a couple of these basic housekeeping things. You have some table toppers. Those cards on your table. You can scan the QR code if you'd like to see the program, more information on this project that I'll keep sharing with you throughout the day. The speakers, know exactly what we are going to be doing. Please scan that QR code, the digital economy. So we're being serious about all that. So scan that so that you can know what we're doing, who's joining us, and all of those good things. So without further ado, we're going to move into another session. Kathy was kind enough to set the stage for what we're discussing today, and now we're going to have a talk from a special guest from UNCDF about building a resilient, climate-friendly digital economy. Now, UNCDF works a lot around digital governance, okay? So we're talking about the intersection between the digital economy and right now, because we're talking about agribusiness. What does that look like? Help us get just a deeper understanding of some of these things. I don't want you to feel that because maybe you're not in agriculture, these things don't apply to you. Knowledge is transferable. All the things that we learn, even when those are not maybe the places in which we operate, businesses or organizations, whatever, if that's not your focus area, you'll find that a lot of this knowledge really translates to the different things that you do and is relevant. So I'll encourage you to pay attention. Know some of these things, and me and digital governance, what does it even mean? Because they are relevant for all the different things that you do. So let me invite our next speaker, Mr. Richard Ndahiro, who is the Digital Country Lead, UNCDF. Let's give him a clap, please.
Good morning. I need to. You told me this exam is open. Yeah? Yes. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you, KTA, for inviting UNCDF, particularly myself. The topic I was given to discuss today, which is building a resilient, climate-focused digital economy. Actually, when I was asked to speak, I said I'm not competent. I told Ken, I have a colleague who is a climate change guru, and I thought that the ones that were more competent to speak about this are more on the digital side, but also how to assess it. So I told Ken, I'm not coming, but I'm glad I'm the one who came because it's actually very, I think I'm a better pick than the person I spoke to. So, maybe first of all, how many of us think that climate change is overhyped? With a show of hands. Overhyped. And underhyped. Why do you say so?
You're going to blame the two copies I've already had. No, I said it's over and under hype because I think in general, globally, when we talk about it, we tend to focus on all the wrong things and not the near, like the proper things that are happening right now and very immediate. And so as much as we're focusing ahead, if you're going to get the majority of the people on this planet along with you on this fight, we need to increasingly stop talking about Armageddon and start talking about bridges in Missouri collapsing every other week. So that's what I mean by over and under hype.
And I'm glad I came today because I want to talk about the Armageddon. So the topic climate change is quite new to most of us. Digital economy is also quite new. But the good thing is that bringing it home to what actually matters to us, what we already see, is I think the most important thing to discuss today. 3 weeks ago, I was in a restaurant. We ordered for food. One of our founders around office, and before the food would come, they were like, "We can only do takeaways because there is a flood." And indeed, in 5 minutes, water was by our shoes, and we had to evacuate. We all know about the floating island. We all know about the Katonga River Bridge. That's climate change for us. Okay? But then we talk about what is climate change for the farmer. Okay? For the farmer, like you know, our farming is subsistence. If there is any knowledge that we pass over indigenous, that's not English, in an indigenous way, it is actually farming practices and how farming is done. So assume you know that by April I'm supposed to be harvesting, or I'm supposed to be planting in February, but the rains are not coming, and yet that's what you know. The agronomy information that we're supposed to get, usually farmers don't think about that until they realize that things have changed. For the agronomists we have, how informed are they about how these things have changed? Very recently, and I'm saying this because I see Maren, yeah, we work a lot in agriculture. We embed insurance in agriculture, and farmers were provided with seeds, which were told to be improved seeds that will help the farmers overcome some of these changes. And those seeds didn't germinate. They expected insurance to pay them. Insurance was like, we were covering you for bad weather, but the issue here was the seeds, so we want to pay you back. And that's trouble. So there is a lot of trouble happening around our daily lives to do with agriculture and climate change. To go back a few years ago in my, not actually a few, number of years ago, as back as 2017, my early years in the development sector, I used to sit somewhere between the development partner and government. And we used to have sessions where government would present its needs to a development partner. The development partner would say, I will take on this. So government came, presented its issues, and the partner said, for us we can only fund climate change. 2007, I said 17, 2007. And one of the troubles I had to deal with was, after the meeting, getting to explain to the government partners why somebody could come in the room and choose to fund something that is totally off topic. Some people still think that climate change is off topic, but it's actually not. Examples that just given in our lives, you can think about how it is. Then the question is, how does the digital economy come? Those are some of the things we can talk about. Now, climate change is mainly caused by economic activity. What we do on a daily basis, whether we are consuming, whether we are producing, whether we are distributing, that is what creates a carbon footprint that changes the environment. And when you think of a farm and how that affects the climate eventually comes to affect them, then the question becomes, how can they be supported better to rethink the their practices. When you think of climate change and what she was talking about, Armageddon, most of the people in the development world today have apps that can tell them this is your carbon footprint today. If you drove here in a 2002 car and you're eating beef sausage, you are downloading lots of MB videos on your phone, then eventually you can actually estimate your carbon footprint. But again, for us, Uganda here, we talk of climate change and how that is. And I'd like to focus, I don't think of rural Uganda, or Uganda generally. The two main economic activities are agriculture and small business. And the question is, how do farmers impact the climate or the environment, and how does it impact them back? How do small businesses impact the environment, and how does it impact the back? Starting with agriculture, production, okay? And how that is being changed because of climate change because of climate change. Everything around change of weather patterns significantly affecting farmers. If it's not a flood, then it's a drought. Okay? And if it's not that, then they cannot transport their produce to Kampala because the Katonga River passes the bridge. How can the digital economy, or how can digital help with this? One of the latest topics today in the media is Israel Gaza thing, weapons of destruction. Actually, climate change is the big weapon of mass destruction today because of its ability to disrupt life at a very large scale. But what I want to talk about is the warning systems that we see. When there is a bomb coming, they have warning systems, and people will get to shelter. Unfortunately, it's not helping everybody. But what I want to talk about is the early warning systems for things like weather and getting this information to farmers. That's one important aspect that the digital economy or the digital solutions can help farmers. Number two, and I'm happy we had a discussion around this here, is improved seeds in a changing environment where water might be scarce because of rain, where the temperatures might be high because of drought. How do you provide farmers with the right seeds for them to plant? How do the farmers change their farming practices to adapt to that? I think we've all heard about adaptation. So there are many digital solutions that exist or are being developed that can help provide farmers with that type of information. Don't plant next week, the rain will come in 2 weeks. And when you plant, expect a drought, so use a different type of seed, that type of information. And digital solutions can help with that. In our work today, we support a number of ag-tech platforms, agriculture technology platforms that provide farmers with all sorts of things they need. Agriculture information, access to seeds, eventually access to finance. And what we're trying to do is to make sure that these ag-tech platforms embed climate information or climate resilient practices within what they do. And it's becoming a starting across most of our work because if you get a bank to finance a farmer today, climate comes and hits them, the bank goes, loans go bad, the farmer too. So it affects eventually the entire economy. Other examples about support farmers in climate change have to do with doctor advisory services that need to adapt, access to seeds. The other is finance. So any change in what the farmer needs to invest in their agriculture requires them to acquire finances first. Assume a a farmer needs to invest in better storage facilities that can withstand the challenges of, say, floods or droughts. There is a lot of new investments that farmers need to make, given the changes in what they deal with. And a lot of that requires investments on the part of the farmers they don't have. So access to finance to be able to make these investments is very important. A lot of what we do is around getting farmers to substitute. Farmers are businesses. A lot of the machinery they use might need a fuel-based to move to clean energy tools and equipment. Solar-based irrigation pumps, solar lighting. One of the major barriers to acquisition of solar products is the upfront cost. And until the pay-go, most of us know about the pay-go solar model, where it's a payment plan. But that payment plan for solar products would not be possible without the because it depends on the ability to switch on and off the product that they're giving. If they give you a solar product and you to pay regularly, you don't pay the switch off. Otherwise, they won't give you the product because they're not sure you pay back. So pay-go solar model, which actually has driven a lot of solar adoption in the country, is driven by technical solutions. The switching on and switching off remotely based on something as simple as is started. Let's go a bit to the small businesses. The small businesses are very linked to agriculture, and small businesses are very linked to agriculture because most of the people running these businesses are primarily farmers. They are selling to farmers, so the supply and demand is really also built around agriculture. Think of the Katoga River and how some businesses were affected in terms of acquiring supplies from central region. That's a very big example. But recently, I visited a student at the secondary school in Long Without, and one of the things that really hit me was the heat of fire. So small businesses today still use very carbon intensive methods like cooking. So cooking today, I think using firewood is 80% of Uganda still use firewood source to cook primarily. Coming back to the school, I was really just imagine, the forest has been cut because of that. And imagine what it means to transform that from being a firewood-based cooking system to maybe a biogas or a clean cooking solution. That might not be really digital, but it is supporting small businesses to transition from very high carbon emitting practices to clean energy practices. And that is very big. You can think of anywhere you go in your house, well, maybe not in your house. In the households, the majority of Ugandan homes, bricklaying construction is the biggest sector within the industrial within industry. We have agriculture, industry services. Another industry, the biggest is construction. Construction relies on a lot of bricklaying, which uses a lot of fire. So when we think of the things that affect climate here, a lot of it is deforestation. And how do you move brick making from being very reliant on firewood, new technologies? And how does it come? Because the new technologies will require finance. Now, if a bricklayer goes to a bank, they would like to get financing for them to acquire a new way of doing bricklaying. Most likely, it will be hard for them to get financing. But most of us have heard of this new thing called ESG. ESG is for governance, S is for social, and E is for environment. But a lot of our economic activity today is fueled by financial sector. If you have a business, you want to start grow your business, get financing, your business grows. So assume if financing today had to embed environmental consideration in how they assess our knowledge. That means that a person transitioning from carbon fuel to renewable energy goes to a bank, and that gives them some points. But because today the bank only looks at profitability, track record, is this technology, does this technology have a track record of working well? Do they have collateral? Most likely, but if they add the environmental aspect, and today most of the regulated banks are actually moving towards embedding ESG to how they assess projects. Now, one of the main challenges the banks have today is how do you assess the environmental impact of a given project that comes up? And that's where technology comes up. That's where the apps that are able to estimate your footprint or how much you're able to offset. If you're a bricklayer and you say I'm going to move from using firewood to using some other type of technology, how do you measure how much environmental impact you're going to have? And there are many little, not many, there are emerging little solutions that can help with that, supporting measuring how much carbon footprint can you offset by changing practices. That's how we help with this. Specifically in the banking sector and financing, the major challenge today to adopting aspects of environmental concern in what we do, specifically that we should not be able to measure. But once that measurement is sorted and then the solutions start to do that, we shall start to see one of that happen. There is a new layer of fintechs and tech companies today that are specializing in that aspect of measuring the environmental footprint and feeding that performance. I hope I'm not drying up with ideas. What else? Around the intersection between digital and climate change. I've talked of clean cooking, I've talked of, I'll give another example, and this one is very, very close to us. New Cafe. Out of New Cafe. New Cafe is the largest group of farmers and cooperatives producing coffee in Uganda. They collect, process, and export. They transition from whatever they were using, a lot of it firewood-based, generator-based, to solar systems, and they cut the energy consumption by 40%. But that came at a cost to them. It was an investment cost that maybe they will recoup in 10 years. That required some special type of financing. And that's where, not bragging, but UNCDF comes in and says, we think this is a worldwide investment. If no bank is willing to finance you for this, we will come. Or if the bank would like guarantee, then we'll bring it. So how development finance, maybe this is my last point, how development finance can help in fueling the transition to cleaner energy and more climate responsive practices. Like I said, there's a lot of finance that needs to happen. A lot of it is not understood by the finances today. And give an example. The fake solar impact started in Uganda around 2016. The first one were the likes of copper, but we now have, I think, over 40 companies doing fake solar. What fake solar does, they get the solar data, embed technology that allows them to deploy it, and remotely they can actually pay. Now, the fake solar model, there is a component of supply the solar solution, there is a component of finance the solar solution. So ideally, as a bit of solar, it has to provide the solar product. I expect the bank or an MFI to provide the finance. But when the distributors work with the MFIs or with the banks, they first open a bank account, we will charge you monthly. But all I know is solar. No, we are sorry. This is how we operate. So Bego solar companies found themselves having to finance the portfolios of services. So the solar company not just providing you with the product, but also providing you the financial services. That's what in the new language they call embedded finance. So it's finance embedded in another type of service. Now, the problem they fell into was that over time, then your capital is eroded because you're not just buying equipment, you're also buying it on credit, yet you don't have money in it. So going to the banking sector and saying, why wouldn't you finance this? If you're not ready to finance the person who's buying solar directly, why don't you finance the company? Then they have everything they need. Is this model proven? How long has it been around? They have a lot of X, Y, Z. No. So between 2016 and I think sometime in 2019, no solar company had managed to get a loan from a bank. I think the first one was offered from Stanley. That's because of somebody internally. It was a bit forward thinking, looking at that. Maybe this new sector that is the one. But took 3 years of solar companies showing that they have a clean balance sheet when it comes to lending and recovery that the bank can. So where development finance services is how do we fast track that process of getting companies, businesses that are transitioning us from the bad habits that change environment to the good habits to get finance. And that's where development finance comes in the form of either direct loans or guarantees to ensure that businesses I think I will stop in 1 or 2 minutes just to come back to agriculture. I know I see ADC is here. I see if you haven't embedded agronomic or agriculture practices that are resilient for climate, you are doing a disservice of the farmers. I'll stop here. Thank you. If there are any questions about the sector?
Thank you so much. Perhaps another clap? You have a question? Okay, let's do that.
Richard, thank you. Actually, mine is really just to ask the project that we are trying to scale our businesses, our farmers to be able to get these tools that will help make the businesses better. As we know, for many of us, especially in your businesses, you find that if you don't know a particular tool, if you don't know a particular application, that would make you work easier, that make you work faster, you end up working many times more, even harder, and yet these tools will make your life easier. So my question is, Richard, with UNCDF, can you really give us a position with SCI? Do we see skilling? Do we see upskilling? That knowledge creation as a way to be able to help people to understand knowledge creation, but then also be able to know and get these tools that can help to make businesses better, but also play the bigger picture, which is building a climate resilient digital economy.
Thank you. This will take me 3-5 minutes. I also remember something I didn't say. So, my opinion to any change that happens in our countries, well, any global change, talk of the digital economy, I think that the biggest impediment to the digital transition today is not infrastructure. Infrastructure in the next 5 years, it is knowledge and skills. Because I am at a certain age now, the things I didn't learn early are very hard to adopt. If our youth, for example, today are not being skilled digitally, it's a lost generation. So to come back to the climate aspect, if the farmer does not understand that things have changed and they cannot rely on asking or looking back at when they used to plant, then they want to operate with the new days agriculture world. They need the knowledge to to be able to understand that things have changed and they need to adopt new practices. So again, a lot of what so we did a survey, an environmental impact survey very recently among the art-tech partners that we have. And we realize that actually the biggest issue themselves is awareness and the understanding of how they can embed new agronomic practices into what we do. So skilling, awareness, very important. What I remembered, I forgot. There's a new thing. Kenneth needs to be rewarded for his contribution to absorbing a lot of that carbon. Then the Western world that produces a lot of carbon emission has to pay Congo that has the largest forests for Congo not to cut down those forests. So there is a new opportunity for people, especially in Uganda, and that's one of the new things in our programming is supporting carbon markets to grow in Uganda. A market is where supply and demand meets. So if you are contributing to polluting, you should pay somebody who's contributing to reducing. And again, the question there is, how do you measure how you're contributing to reducing? Most of us in the developing world actually stand a chance to reap from how we contribute to reducing because we still have a lot of vegetation and forest cover. So where digital is coming in, this is really very early stage, but we recently did an innovation challenge in Nairobi, bringing together a number of countries for people with solutions that can help to measure how much Kenneth's forest is absorbing carbon emissions. Once that measurement happens, then you can actually present that to, we call them the developers, carbon markets, and they will estimate how much you get. That is an incentive structure for people to keep some of what we call the carbon sequestration that is in picture. Yes. So that's another opportunity. Those of you who have forests, please don't cut them down. There is a huge income coming because they might start paying. Again, the biggest impediment today is the measurement and then getting developers, because this money is paid abroad, developers that measure in a way that is transferred by everyone, and then take your carbon point somewhere and then get it.
Thank you so much, Richard. I think it's great that we somehow found ourselves talking about carbon credits because yesterday you were with us. That's also something that we talked a lot about with the good people over at 1MTN. And we were sharing about how this big opportunity. And if you're the first to learn about it, then you should be the first. You should really start actively looking into it. You told us that Ken has forests. Maybe some other people here have forests. You don't cut them down. There's clearly an opportunity for you to make money while you actually serve the environment as well. So also, Richard talked a lot about, I believe it's called AgTech. I keep learning these startup terms, so AgTech and development financing. I'm sure there's a number of people here who are in that business. Agriculture being what it is to Uganda, it's a big part of what we are discussing. Everything we're discussing is really, in a big way, bringing us back to that. So as he was sharing about the development financing opportunities, I hope your ear was attentive, whether it is you that is in that space or innovators who are in that space. You had better invite them while Richard is still here before he leaves. I believe these are people you need to be networking with and really understanding what are the opportunities for you, you the innovator in the ag-tech space. What are the opportunities and how can you take advantage of organizations such as UNCDF that are willing to to really hear you and contribute to what you're trying to do, which in turn contributes to what we are trying to do collectively as a country. But on that note, we are going to move on to our next session, which is a masterclass. One thing we have kept saying between yesterday and today is that this is also a source of learning. We really want to come together and learn things that are really relevant, that maybe you haven't had a very clear idea about, how experts join us and start to teach us about these things. So this masterclass is titled The Financial Literate Agriculturalist. Like many others, those financial literacy basics it is something that each and every one of us have to either already have or be pursuing. Because whatever we are doing, only a very expensive hobby of some kind if it's not making you actual money. So we have joining us for this masterclass a special guest from the Agribusiness Development Center, Mr. Ronald K. Sekaja, Project Manager Innovations at ADC, is joining us to guide us on the topic of the financial literate agriculturalist. At ADC, he drives innovative agribusiness capacity building initiatives for farmers, farmer-based organizations, and agribusinesses within the different agricultural value chains. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. And as he comes to join us, I'll still encourage you to have a drink, have a meal, and let's continue with our program.
Thank you very much. My name is Ronald Kesekacha. Okay. Good. Yes, just something little about ADC, Agribusiness Development Center. We do capacity building, and I was glad our colleague Richard here was talking about some of the things that we need to put more effort to. And one of those things is quite a number of projects that we are running, some of them with other organizations in partnerships like Solidaridad, Carbon Credits, and working through ECON. ECON is a project by Rabo Partnerships, Rabo Bank, also in partnership with Rabo Foundation, who is also a founder. So we do a lot in that space, but also with API development, we are doing a lot of support on the climate smart agriculture front, working with over 30 farmer-based organizations this year, trying to get them to embed some of those modern practices that are helping us to have a level of resilience that we're talking about. So besides the different trainings that we do, the different capacity building that we do, we are running quite a lot on the ag front. And with this, most of you know our flagship, which is Soma and e-learning platform, which is really having lots of these different courses, from climate smart, financial literacy, to gender, ESG, a whole wide stack of different things that businesses can go in there and learn about, but also farmers can go in there and learn about. And this year we've run quite a number of trainings through accelerator programs of GIZ for small and medium enterprises. We've been having quite a number of these engagements on ESG and trying to ensure that these are practically being implemented and aspects of standard and how those are also in compliance with the environmental standards, and a lot of that happening in the program that we've been running with GIZ and other partners this year. But that wasn't the reason I was here. I was here mostly to really I'm here for us to share about a financial literate farmer, and with this we just want to remind ourselves, and I see very many of you here might not exactly qualify as an agriculturalist or as a farmer or anybody in that space, but there are quite a number of basic things that I believe we need to remind ourselves, but also share about when it comes to financial literacy. It looks like something that is very basic, and actually it's one of our introductory courses that we do for farmer-based organizations and for farmer groups and SNCs. But it is something that sometimes we ourselves also forget to think through as we do our spending, as we do our budgeting, as we do our day-to-day running of finances. So when we talk about financial literacy, it's about the aspect of you possessing the knowledge and the skills that help you to have that frame of behavior. And when we talk about it, we're talking about personal finance, we're talking about savings, we're talking about budgeting. We are talking about you being in a position where you can do your own financial plan. So aspects of investment, aspects of credit and loans, and very many of us, especially who are in the working class, fall play to a lot when it comes to credit and being in the rat cycle of getting into a loan, then you top up, and another loan, then you top up, and wherever you're putting this money, perhaps the returns are not that much there. So this is the space that we really work in, and this is something that I want us to dialogue about and be able to think about financial literacy in a more closer view that this is something that also needs to practice as an individual. Whereas we do this traditionally for the stakeholders in the agricultural value chain, we also need to think about it. So why is it important? And why it is important is likely because you definitely need to get into the discipline of managing your finances better. And every time you think about this, and some of these things might not be exactly new, but could be a thing that is not embedded into your discipline. So you definitely need to learn about how you earn, how do you budget, how do you borrow, what is the importance of you running savings. And I know very many of us run savings either through the different banks that we run with, but many different people in the corporate world use a lot of insurance policy as their mandatory way of making sure that the money is saved up and they can't pick it up and go for some few bottles. So we definitely need to think about all these principles because of some of these critical things. How you manage your finances, how do you decide on which loan to take and at what rate? And we've seen so many billboards up there, and then previously I worked with the bank, and you see we can give you this kind of loan we can give you loans as low as this interest rate, and perhaps that kind of loan is only available for mortgages and you can't get it for the car that you want to buy. So every time you are not sure about which loan product to take, or whether you actually need credit for such a thing, all those are dynamics that we need to learn about to be financially literate. It's not that you can get your money and spend it, it goes way beyond that. So today we will just brush over most of these things, and for the bulk of it we'll just dialogue. And one of the critical things that is really very critical, and I'll just maybe take a moment here, is to remind us that financial literacy starts with you being able to do financial planning. And financial planning really starts from you being able to set goals. And many instances when we set goals, if you're setting goals and you're doing and you're setting goals for what you want to achieve, you also need to also think about it with the other people that you work with. That's why in this picture we have this being done as a family. And we emphasize this when we are training farmers and the informers, because usually the mother would have a particular group and they will do their own planning there, and perhaps the husband is also doing their own planning, and once they don't align, somebody will take credit, most likely the lady, because when they are scoring them, they'll be given higher points, and then when the money comes, they will misuse it because the husband wasn't aligned to the reason why that money was being got. So setting goals and being clear on what you want to achieve as an individual, as a family, is critical to financial planning. It's the very first step that you need to undertake if you are to be, if you're to be very financially literate. And you need to understand how much you earn and how much of that needs to go to the different necessities. Because sometimes the wants and the necessities is a gray line that we fail to draw. But it is very important that you are able to clearly understand what do I earn and how much of that covers my necessities. If it actually doesn't cover your necessities, then you can't get out of the rat race of taking credit, because you will spend the first week of the month and then the next period you have nothing to spend, and definitely you have to begin to look for where to get credit from. So it is very important that right from the start you understand, and then you are able to either downgrade and be able to fit within a percentage of your earnings. So we need to consider whether how much you're going to be saving. You need to consider how much you're going to use part of that to pay your debts, how much of that needs to go to your investment, and then you also need to look at how to maintain a discipline of going by what you've budgeted. Because it's one thing doing a very nice plan and doing a very nice budget. It's a totally different effort to abide by that. So it's something that we really need to think about. So, and of course, when we get to the informals and when we get to the different farmers, because farming itself is a business, so we need to think about it as a business. But even you as an individual, you need to really think about your cash flow and have a budget specifically for that. Have your investment and know how much money you're going to put to that, and then also look at your operational and also have a budget for that. Now, for many of the working class, there's usually a lot of struggle, especially at a particular age where you are really over-investing considering your income. So you stretch your earnings, get into a lot of credit, but the investment you're doing is rather long term, especially if people think about rent rates and things like that. So you have invested in an area which can't give you as much cash flow as you require, so you can't repay. You can't run your life, you can't run your operational budget. So these are really pointers to help you think about this holistically. Okay? So the budgeting cycle is really about you, first of all, getting to understand your goals, getting to estimate your income, looking at your expenditure, and going through that entire cycle, reviewing your savings and investments, and being able to review the two and make sure they are balanced. Because as you try and think about it, even maybe as basic as a week or as a month, you will find a point that does balance. So it is at that point that you can go back and remediate whatever is what was thrown down or sized as a particular percentage, depending on your goals. So it is really very important, and when we talk about this, it takes you to aspects of cash flow. Being able to know how much do I get in and how much do I spend. And then when it comes to farmers, it's really even more tricky because you have a longer season of spend and a shorter window of earning. So being able to sustain those incomes and being able to know that I can either, do a bit of crop rotation, do a bit of mixed farming, be able to know that I have something that can earn me some money in the meantime as I wait for cash flows that will come out of my coffee is something that is very critical. And we do a lot of deep dive when we are engaged in farmer groups and farmers and SMEs within the agricultural sector. Because this is where many of them struggle. They are really getting into so many different things. So these need to be balanced out in a way that ensures that they have something that keeps bringing in a bit of money to help them operate. So it is something that is really very critical. And why we really need to manage cash flow is because there are responsibilities that won't stop. If you have to eat, you have to eat. There are particular things that you need to keep spending on, and yet you are many times working in a seasonality, especially for farmers. And for you as an individual, sometimes the way the cash flows are is not the same way you spend. You spend on a rather more steady way, but the earning is not as steady as you spend. So it is really something that we need to really plan for. And when it comes to the agricultural sector, the aspect of unforeseen circumstances is quite something that is very heavy. Recently, people have been doing a lot of planting, and for the things that they've been planting, the rains have rather been so much for particular crops. You plant beans, but if the rain goes beyond a particular level, then the flowers on the beans begin to drop. So these are eventualities that require that either you will have to add more fertilizer that has more potassium so that the flower can stick a bit much more, and you reduce on how many flowers will drop as the rains are more heavy than what you expected. So all those dynamics are very critical. If you had planned to have one round of fertilizer, maybe organic fertilizer at the start, and that's it, you'll find yourself looking for either NPK or looking for any fertilizer that has good potassium to make sure that you're able to get some results from your beans. And quite a lot of people have been really complaining around because of the rains. The kind of rains that have come this season would serve for somebody who is looking at things like maize, but for people who have been doing a bit of those grains and especially beans, soya, there's been a bit of too much rains for the kind of for the amount that they really need. So really we need to really think about this quite very well as we plan our cash flows, because it is important as we think about how we spend, as we plan our budgets, we need to have also that slack, that contingency in what we do. Of course, we all know how to get access to finances, and of course this is credit, banks, social capital, personal savings, etc. But I think one of the critical things, and my colleague Richard was talking about it, when it comes to the people who are into the agricultural value chain, is really access is way harder for them by way of how many of us, many of the financial institutions have structured their financing. And I think this is where the rest of the other social lenders and the more agile lenders come through, because when you go to a bank and ask you for records, many times the records are not there where they are. They are in a form that can't be consumed. They'll ask you for collateral, and all these things affect the way farmers and people who are in the agricultural value chain can access financing. And of course, for us, this is where we come through by supporting them to bridge that gap, supporting them to be able to look at avenues of grouping up so that they can leverage group social capital as a basis for collateral, and discussing the different lenders available in the market, creating linkages for them, pointing them to the right sources that can get them this financing. And this is something that is really very critical. It's something that gets us to a place where we can get them to do something, where we can get them to have some level of results. So we as agencies don't just train to them. We equally create avenues for them to get access to finances, but also get access to markets. And of course, that is all in a way of helping them, making sure that they are market ready, they have the right quality, and they understand seasonality, and they are able to incorporate CSA, climate smart agriculture, so that they don't have to flow with the rains, and where they can work through the different horticulture value chains and different crops, they can be able to irrigate and have something out on the market without having to wait for rains, or without having to be heavily dependent on the rains. So just a last minute, just to see how do you people manage credit, and what do you think farmers and people within the agricultural value chain should do to manage credit? Because this is one of the things that we thought is important for us to dialogue about, and I think within my time is something that we can be able to briefly discuss. I wanted to really truncate this so that we have a few minutes to just dialogue about this. One, for us, is a learning curve. It's something that we can pick lessons as we go out there and interface with these people. But two, it's something that we can also borrow a little from. So, open question: how do we manage credit? And how should farmers manage credit? And what is credit? This is money people borrow, whether they are borrowing it from microfinance, whether they are getting this from a loan shark, a social lender, whatever the case might be. And I'll start with the backbenchers, because I know usually they are off, they are tapping. So I'll start with that. Yes, right? Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Considering I'm not an agriculturalist yet, knowledge, yes, understanding that, getting the knowledge that applies to what I need, making it work for me. and that's what I can say now.
What does your little voice want to say? Say my dear, how do they say? Okay, I'll get to the other back table.
Cheating. Yes, it's me again. My name is Lauren. I forgot to introduce myself earlier, but I do know quite a number of people in this room. I say I'm cheating because this is actually what I do for a living. Managing credit for agriculturalists. Myself and my colleague Lillian here work for a company called Imata. We've worked on this quite a lot. What we're seeing is that when we look at the farmers and what they use our loans for, because that is what we do, we give loans to farmers. We do like the concept of input on credits. Working with the people who already have the knowledge, the partners that are buying from farmers, using the knowledge that they have on the quality and productivity, and then selling the right product to the farmer, so essentially helping them invest, as you're also doing the training at the same time. Because just giving cash is not always the best first step. Maybe the second or third. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that we plan on doing more of and that we encourage other people to do as well.
Thank you very much. What are your thoughts?
Just like she said, knowledge basically would assist here.
Really, the coping is taking it to another level. But what?
I would think in addition to what they said, planning, mentorship, like as you get a loan, you know what you're going to use it for and how you're going to use it. Yeah.
Okay, probably what I would say is first and foremost, to deploy it in areas that are critical, where there will be a multiplier effect. At the end of the day, my farms I usually use credit for buying fertilizer. But maybe I'll use this chance to talk about something you say. When things are unpredictable. Last season I had a challenge when it rained a lot and weeds took over. So in my budget that you're talking about, I had to actually triple the amount of money I spent on weeding, which literally just killed all my projected earnings, basically. About 40% of my margins were wiped off because of that. And then when the product came through, it wasn't of the best quality because of the rain still. You know, the plants didn't get enough sunlight, and then the quality was bad. So even then, I got a challenge. So when you talk about climate change and all these unexpected things, I think I can relate quite well.
Thank you very much. We'll get to this desk where we have the wonderful ladies that we see on TV. What are your thoughts?
Okay, perhaps one thing that comes to mind, I mean, I don't have much experience in agriculture myself, although I hope to. One thing that comes to mind when I think about credit is I think that there's still a little bit of fear around it, around I think the idea of now I have a debt, how do I make that work for me? Isn't it only taking me back that now I have a loan? So I think there's still quite a bit of fear around credit and what that really means and how it can be beneficial. I think even in other spaces, even outside of agriculture. So yeah, that's what comes to mind for me.
All right, thank you very much. And if I can just get back to the slides, please. I think that last point hits so hard because even for us who are presumably in the corporate world, there's that phobia around credit. With the exception of the serial credit takers, there are those who are who are a special case, but it's really something that that quite a number of people have a phobia about, and they fear. And even those that have collateral, they have a fear. Yet when you are sure you will actually, do your part, do the payment, not only budget your collateral. But nevertheless, I think there's that fear for credit. Yet there's a time where you can scale with your own savings, with the financing from your relatives, and you really can't go beyond that. So, yes, questions and.
Really, what I would say is one of the things that we have seen is that for many of us, we don't have knowledge about where to get credit from, but then number two was getting smart credit. So I would say one of the reasons why we wanted a Agribusiness Development Center, why we wanted a MATA, why we wanted ABI here, is that these are specialized or specialist organizations that deal specifically with agriculture and with farming. And you find that if you get a facility from any of these entities, and then say where perhaps as well as entities like UNCF that are in development finance, you may not be able to pay the high interest fees that you ordinarily pay if you went to a bank. Or even if you're going to a bank, there are banks now that have specialized credit facilities for that. But number two, we also see that for many of these entities, they also relax in terms of the collateral, in terms of the security that they need to be able to finance. Because if you go to a traditional bank, you will not find someone who understands the entire agricultural value chain. But if you go to these entities, you will find that even the stock that you have, even the deals that you're going to get to be able to get financing, you can get warehouse financing, you can even get financing now, even of things like intellectual property. If you go into branding, we have an agriculturalist, Hungry Lulu, who is exhibiting up there, actually, Karuna. Thank you, say hi to Bayal, everyone. And so, if you go up there and see her products, they're branded very well. And so, for someone who has invested in branding and packaging, and their brand actually now has value that people go to the store, not only for how the product tastes, but as for how it looks and how it's branded. We now have what we call security in movable properties lending, where you are able to get security for your intellectual property, for the trademark that you have. If you have, if you're into farming as well and you created or you innovated and you've got a product that can also be able to get a use motto or patent, Richard here spoke about NUCAP. NUCAP, for those of you that don't know, got what we call a geographical indication. If you understand, I think many of you may not know what a TI is, but you know what champagne is. Right? You know what tequila is? Yes, many of us will be drinking tequila later on this evening. But all of those are geographical indications in the sense that they denote that this particular product comes from a particular region, and as such there's a value attributed to it, maybe because of the soil, maybe because of maybe because of the amount of investment that has been put into bringing the product that it is there. So I guess really, and that's why we're all here, the biggest aspect to credit or managing credit is having knowledge to see how do I add value to my business in order for me to compete. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just to continue from the observation that was made tonight. Maybe one other thing about finance and credit is that when I went to get a loan personally for my venture, I think the banks, I don't know about other lenders, but the banks seem to want come in when some heavy lifting has already been done. So for me, the biggest expense is in acquiring seeds and doing the plowing. That's where I get the biggest expense. But the banks want to come in when that's already done. It's pretty much a simple thing, just weeding and fertilizing and then harvesting. That's one thing I've realized. Another challenge, of course, is that maybe one of the previous speakers, Mr. Ndahiro, was talking about getting quality seeds or seeds that are resistant to some of this climate change and so on. But my experience has been that what gives you the best product, good soil plus good seed, will give you the best product. Now we are giving farmers the good seeds, but then we are neglecting how to help them improve the quality of the soil. And that is where I think financing help us, because there are so many new organic either fertilizers, or I had to go up to Kitale, somewhere in Kenya, to get some good soil reconditioners and so on. But those things are not factored into the financing. They want you to have the land ready. Actually, some plants should already be growing, and then they come and say, okay, how much money do you want? Which for me, I find is a challenge. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ann Mwaka. I work with ABI. I would like to give a lender's perspective to managing credit. For a lender, a loan goes bad at appraisal. That is where everything happens. And that is also true for the borrower. If you do not self-assess and know how much money you need, if you're underfinanced, you will not manage credit. If you're overfinanced, you take another wife or you use money for somebody else, you will not manage credit. If you do not understand the cycle of the crop or the production, the livestock you're dealing with, you will still end up in default. Push back with the financial institutions if you understand the cycle, the production cycle. If you're given a loan this month and you're told to pay next month and you're growing beans, you're in production, you are going to fail. You will not manage that credit. You will default, not because you're a bad person, but because you do not understand the dynamics of the value chain. If you're into marketing and you don't understand, what do economists call it? Cobweb theory, that thing of, this season it is too low, it's too low, and then the prices go up, and then you do not have any silos, you're not keeping your produce anywhere. You don't understand that cycle of when prices are going to, the price movement. You will default. You will make your assessment, let's say, on 500 shillings per kilogram of maize, and as night follows, then when there's a bumper harvest, it will go to 150 shillings. You will not have enough money, even with your bumper harvest. You will default. You will not be able to manage your credit. So everything happens at appraisal, from both the demand and the supply side. The financial institution will assess you, but make sure you understand that trade your in such that you can push back when the banks are trying to give you structures that is not good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's been quite good masterclass. A lot of cross-learning amongst ourselves, and I think my final note is about the real smallholder farmers. It's very difficult for the likes of Imata and some of the colleagues we work with, like Quest Digital, and some of the other social lenders to reach out to individual farmers. But we still have an issue, especially in quite a number of the regions in the country, where smallholder farmers are hesitant to get into groups. Even government can't deal with individuals. So we can't go out there and reach out for one Richard in Kaveramaido and support that one Richard. But we can go to Kaveramaido, look out for a group, and then link them to a micro lender, a social lender, and most of these have also embedded aspects of digital credit. So it is important that we encourage smallholder farmers out there. The medium commercial farmers can always maneuver. Of course, they also need to start step by step and be able to get into real credit. But we definitely need to encourage smallholder farmers to get into groups, to get into circles, so that it is easier for us who are on the social development front, for those of us who are supporting them, to link them to finance and markets, to find it easier to support them. That was really my last mark. And for the rest of us, financial literacy is a thing that we need to incorporate in our daily behavior. It doesn't matter whether you are at what level or at what level. If you get 10 million and you don't have that literacy, you will still spend 13 million because you've reached that level. when you're at 1 million and you still can't manage that 1 million, even the 10, you still won't be able to manage. So thank you very much. We're very happy to be here, and catch you later.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sekaja. It's been a very insightful, thank you. It's been a very insightful session, and I loved to, it's been really good just seeing the synergy that all the different partners and organizations that you've invited have. As he was speaking about Emata, and there's just all these different moving parts of these sectors that I myself am really starting to understand better. I hope that even if you're not in the agriculture sector, you're starting to understand how some of these things move. But we've been sitting for a while, and we'd like to take a little breather break. And here to take us for the breather break is Payal Ori. She is, actually, let me show off for her because she won't show up. She is the founder of Karuna, which is a wellness studio. She's also co-founder of Hungry Lulu. So Hungry Lulu actually has an exhibitor space upstairs. Highly recommend that you check them out. They're very, very good with health, and they have the freshest granola and the most beautifully packed. I'm not kidding. Go and check it out. I myself am a big fan. So please do check out their store. And Payal, welcome. She's going to just help us breathe a little bit, shake it off before we move into the next part of our program.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm not used to talking in microphones like I might have already guessed. But it's been such an enriching morning, even as a guest, watch from upstairs, and as a small business owner and an innovator myself, I've got to learn so much and realize there's so much more to learn. That's what I always take away from symposium. So thank you all the speakers so far. I'm Kaya, and I was thinking about how to introduce myself. It's not very easy. In this context, I'm a wellness entrepreneur, I would say, and I run a Karuna studio, which is a wellness-based studio where we look at wellness in a very robust way: physical, mental, spiritual, community-based wellness. Right. When I moved to Uganda over a decade ago, the longest I've lived anywhere in my life, what struck me the most was everyone asking me, how are you today? And it is something we say to everyone, hey, how are you, right? And yet, we just say, I'm fine. Or, I'm fine, I'm continuing talking. And that question is really powerful. Are you actually well? Are you feeling well today? Are you well right now? And what does that mean? And as an entrepreneur, why is that important? I believe, and so does a lot of science research, that wellness plays a massive role in the way we function, not just in society, but also in our world. It has been shown time and again that wellness practices such as taking a break, breathing, self-help, rest, care, can rewire your brain to make more innovative and solution-based decisions even within your workspace. So it's really important to take breaks, to care for yourself, to take rest, and when someone asks you how are you today, once in a while tell them, I'm not doing that great, but I'll be fine. Right? Outside of this, I'm also a biotechnologist, and in a master's I've studied technology. So this has been really, really lovely for me. And as Ken already said, I just co-founded Hungry Lulu with my brother, and we are a health food packed and processed in Uganda. And we are trying to stay a Ugandan company, like very well. She said it in the morning. I want to see a 1,000 Ugandan products in Walmart. That is what we are aiming for. We are aiming to bring finesse into the Ugandan market, which is already amazing in my opinion. Alright. So for the more relevant part of it, we are just going to start by sitting in our chairs. So just take a moment to leave your pens. Look ahead and cross your legs. I don't know how I'm going to do this with the microphone. Let me see if I can do it without. Can everyone hear me well? This is what I do. Yes, okay. Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. Is everyone comfy? Is everyone well? Is everyone well? Great, great. So let's uncross our legs. Press our feet into the ground. Just take a moment to notice your posture. And then notice it changing as you grow tall. Notice your shoulders go back. Perfect. You're just going to start off with something super simple you can do at your desk when you're at work every day. So we'll start off by rocking our right ear towards our right shoulder. And we'll hold it here just for 3 counts. So count in your mind. 1, 2, and 3. We'll bring the neck back to the center. And we'll take it over to the other side. Relax the shoulders. 1, 2, and 3. Bring your neck back to the center. And we are going to intensify the same movement a bit more, especially because you sit on your computers and your chairs for so long. So drop the right ear towards the right shoulder. And now take your right hand across your head and just urge it closer to the ear. Finding that nice stretch in your neck. And then gently bring your neck back to the center. Left ear to the left shoulder. And then slowly pressing it down, finding a nice stretch in your back. Beautiful. Let's come back to the center. For the next one, we will interlace our fingers in front of us. I'll show you how. Amazing. Both your hands go up again. Twist over to one side. And bring your hand outside. Amazing. Let's come back to the center. We're going to do it to the other side. Amazing. Come back to the center. Hands down. Let's get up. We're not going to be doing much standing, so don't worry. I'm not done yet. So whenever you sat at your desk for a long time in your office, just take a moment to do that. You'll notice that the blood flows through your body differently, you feel a bit lighter, you feel a bit better. Take a few breaks in the middle of the day to do these kind of small stretches, right? For the last part, we are going to close our eyes. Let's bring our feet to the ground. This is called grounding, connecting with the earth. Shoulders lift up, shoulders relax back. Eyes close. And as your eyes close, Turn your inner gaze to the tip of the nose. We're going to take a deep breath in, open up the mouth, and breathe it out. 2 more of those. Deep breath in, breathe it out. 1 more of those. Deep breath in, and breathe it out. Let your eyes remain closed just for one more moment, focusing on your natural breath. And take a moment to remind yourself that you are well, you are okay, and all of the resources you need are right within you. You can gently open your eyes and turn the corners of your lips into a smile. Turn around to look at the person next to you, giving them your smile. Great. Very simple, very easy to do. You can do it every day. Thank you so much. Right. For anyone who wants to know more about me or Karuna, you can still find me upstairs for 20 more minutes. I would love to chat.
Thank you so much, Paya. That was, I don't know if you're feeling the same. Oh, okay. Kenneth would like to say something.
So Payal is actually my yogi. She's a yoga instructor. And so her studio is in Guru Karuna Yoga Studio. There's a show on Netflix that I recommend for anyone who wants to live a healthy and happy life. It's called Live to 100. I've recommended this show to a few people, and every time I do, someone says, "Well, I really want to live to 100," but the question is, what do you do? How do you want to look? How do you want to feel when you're in your old age? Many of us, that experience of the people that we know, their parents, grandparents, hasn't been pleasant, and that's why we flinch when we think about living for 100. But in that show, they talk about many things, and one of those, our fireside chat, said yesterday, Patrick Ayota, which is finding things like pain, but other things are movement. So yoga, exercise, those are really good ways for you to move and for you to feel healthy and good in your body. So I really do recommend going to Karuna Yoga Studio. Thank you, Paya.
Oh, there you go. In case today is the first time you're meeting Kenneth, he's a wellness junkie. So if that's an area you also want to talk to him about, sidebar here at some point today, you will have a wealth of knowledge to tap into, but also Payal is, like you said, she's still here for about 15 to 20 minutes, so if you'd like to talk to her, and again, I have to highly recommend their products, absolutely beautiful, the freshest granola, I swear to God, freshest granola I've ever had. So please do check out their store upstairs. Thank you again, Payal and Ajay. Thank you for coming and thank you for this amazing session. I hope we'll take that into our regular work days. We really do sit a lot. Even people like who work remotely, you're just sitting there for like 7 a.m. It's chaotic. So find some time to release, to breathe, to stretch. Ask yourself if you're well. Now we are going to move on into the next part of the program, which my amazing co-MC is going to take us through. So welcome, Daphne. Let's give her a clap. Good morning. I'm Dr. Kundo, BNSK co-MC. Thank you. I don't know if you guys have had a beautiful time from the reader. Me and my descendants. Wow, it was such an experience. So, our next topic, the major topic today about agriculture. And people seem to say they look so familiar. But I think this is something that Ugandans like to consider when they're going to retirement. And yet, you find that agriculture is part of the cycle of our lives. So I remember earlier this year, I was privileged to visit my grandfather, and he has a farm. And on a few days, we would go to this farm together. And you realize that when we go back home, back to our roots where we come from, agriculture is a big part of their lives. And there is so much that has come into place that people far back at home don't even have ideas about. Our next speaker's title is How Tech
makes agriculture business loans make sense. Yeah. So if you took uh, such a conversation to a farmer in Western Uganda, the kinds of responses you would get would amaze you. And yet these are things that they need to know that could actually make their life very easy. How you tell him how is take important. You know, you're going to apply for a loan as an agriculture business person, and you have nothing articulated. Someone here will ask how is take important. There's so much that tech can do for you. Automation, yeah? You're able to know the weather forecast now because there's technology that has provided for that. So knowing how the weather is going to be, in turn will help you know how, when to plant, when not to do what, and all that. And other things that technology has enabled us to make life easier. So with that, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Lilian Nasanga. She's the co-founder and product manager of Emata, and she has chefs and decides the future of the product. Basically, product visioning, and she has a bachelor's in computer science from Kerry. She spent 6 years working as a software developer. You are very welcome, Lilian. Sure. You must welcome Lilian.
Thank you. You are so kind. Good morning, everyone. I was going to say, how are you? But conversation we had earlier, I guess we are all much more relaxed and feeling much better than we did in the morning. Yeah, I have one job today. It's to help you appreciate how tech can help getting financing make more sense, not just for farmers, but for let's say small and medium businesses. As I was introduced, I guess you know my name. My name is Elia Nasana Musoke, and I am head of product at Imata and also co-founder. Actually, my job is basically to vision and discover a product that makes sense for our farmers. Now, I don't know if Lika is here. Okay, yes. I have a very simple agenda today. First, I will introduce basically the whole problem that we're trying to solve. Then I will, while I'm introducing the problem, you will find why I'm qualified to tell you something today. And then I will also talk through how we determine credit worthiness for farmers and also small businesses. And I know you will find some things that you can be able to implement in your business as well. And then I'll talk about how we deal with digital and financial literacy in service delivery. Thankfully, Ronnie from NDC mentioned something about that, so it could answer some of the questions that he may have had at that time. And at the end, we'll have some questions. I may ask you some questions within the session, so please oblige. We need to keep the session interactive and engaging. So, because I work so much in low-tech environments, I always come very prepared. So I did actually make sure that I have a backup on my presentations just in case of any technical difficulty. So why do farmers take financing? Do we know? Can anyone tell me? Why do farmers need financing? What do you think? Working capital. Anyone else? School fees is a big thing. I for one, come from a family that was big in planting coffee, right? And where I come from, coffee means school fees, right? I don't know if there's anyone else in the house who understands that. Yeah? Anything else? One more answer. Why do farmers need finance? Machinery, yeah? So basically, financing for any business is to purchase assets, employ people, because most of the farmers have large chunks of land, so they employ labor for harvest, for weeding, many other things. They also get financing to be able to expand operations. Yes? Now, what Imata does, we are responding in a disruptive way to a financial need that has been ignored. Yeah? Just to give you a picture, we have a $240 billion opportunity, because in Africa alone, agriculture is getting almost less than 3% of financing. And yet it accounts, in Uganda alone, it accounts for more than 80% of our economy. As our co-host mentioned earlier, we as Ugandans, for example, can identify almost first-hand with a farmer, right? It's a retirement plan for many, and for many of us, and we know someone whose livelihood is linked directly to agriculture. So why are our banks and financial institutions not giving it the attention it deserves, or giving the informal sector the attention they deserve to acquire? Stick to this point. So why does this happen? Because most of the traditional financial institutions like banks, they struggle to lend to farmers, and for a good reason. Yeah, they're not just ignoring them for no reason. So what Imata is doing now is that we are daring to look at farmers not just people as people, but also as entrepreneurs. Yeah, because farmers are entrepreneurs. We give affordable loans to farmers, and we do this using technology. These loans are digital loans, and we try to reward the best farmers and reward loyal farmers. So it's not enough for a farmer to be big. It's enough. We want to encourage farmers to take more care of their businesses, keep consistent, and the best farmers are the ones that end up getting rewarded in terms of our products. So why do farmers not access financing? Number one, as ADC alluded to, no collateral. Number two, no records. Also, something that someone from Abi mentioned earlier is that their needs are unique. They need financing at a particular time. If you're a farmer, you will need financing at a particular time in your season, and there's a season of preparation and waiting before you are ready to actually pay back. So because of that, is a timing issue when it comes to the need finance. Because of this, the way our financial institutions work are not tailored to meet these kind of needs. So most times, an example of a farmer we've had, they did apply for a loan. It took about 5 months to process, and usually 5 months for some process. That's the entire season of the crop from start to end. So they miss that season, so to speak. The other thing, these farmers end up being very remote places, right? Places where your bank branch will not be. So you need to design your product to navigate that challenge as well. Another issue that you might need to think about is the volume of or amount of loan that a farmer might need. For example, to start the harvest, it takes small loans. Yeah? Especially small and medium farmers. Your big farmer will able to walk into a bank to get a loan. But what about the small and missing middle kind of farmers? Where do they get their financing? Perhaps money from a lender, right? Or social provider, family, or something like that. So how do we navigate these challenges at Imata? Because today I am addressing the challenges with digital financing, but also giving you a little bit of hints about our blueprint and hoping you will learn from how we address these challenges. We have a very simple 4-step process. I did visualize it so that you can remember all these four parts and what they actually address. Number one, we digitize cooperatives, or let's say aggregators, or the people that, farmer groups that collect and organize farmers. We do this so that we can create a digital record on the farmer, and in return use that information to determine the farmer's credit worthiness using AI-powered credit scoring. Now, this is not used in isolation. We are living in an environment that's always changing in terms of climate, right? So together with weather forecasts and satellite data, we determine for every farmer a tailored credit limit. No single farmer has the same limit as the other. Then third, we give digital loans. We do this in our case using our WhatsApp chatbot. Later on, I'll explain why WhatsApp. Yeah. And fourth is that farmers do not just repay us with cash. They make a delivery of their crop. Our loans are tailored to fit within the season. Yeah. So what does this mean for you? Our credit as a provider, I know there's some credit providers in the room, farmers in the room, credit staff in the room. As a provider, are you willing to learn who you're providing the service to? Are you willing to learn the cycle? Are you willing to understand how the season goes, for example? So our credit is tailored to the farmer. But my notes so that I don't forget any points. We understand that finance is just simply a tool we use to, a tool farmers will use to expand their business, to run their operations. But this cannot be done until it fits within their cycle. But for it to fit within the cycle, we must understand that for all of us in the room, right, the way credit is given in this country, we don't have very many security mechanisms to ensure that finance makes sense for small businesses or farmers. Why? Because we carry on traditional processes to service a group of people who are not like us. So what do we need to do to change that? Before we get to the what we do, I want to take us back to our key learnings in this first section. I appreciate this. Smallholder farmers are business owners too. But that same truth is the same with market people, taxi drivers, your ordinary person. Because for the formal sector, we only cover, I'd say, not even 10% of Uganda's population. Most of Uganda's population is in the informal sector, it's in the agriculture sector. If given capital, they can grow, they can professionalize their operations. But when companies like ADC come in and they do the trainings and do this, it all goes back to, is the provider willing to take the extra step to learn how their customers or clients work? So I'm going to go into credit scoring, and this is going to be most of where we spend time today. What is a credit score? What is your credit score? For most of the people in this room, you may identify with most of the traditional ways of determining a person's credit limit. Let's take a look at how banks and normal financial institutions determine credit worthiness. Your recent applications for credit, the payment history, if you have any, the length of your credit history, the types of credit, and then what you want to use this credit for, which is mostly planning. Now, for most of the people in this room, you can tick all the boxes for financial institutions and you'll be able to get credit. But what kind of farmer or market lady or taxi driver would have this kind of information? Almost none. Yeah, almost none. While you could walk into a bank and be able to even understand what these terms are, they would not understand them. They would not even, for a minute, have most of these records on the bare surface. So how should we look at it? First of all, we need to understand what data exists for these people. What data exists for credit scoring? We need to look at it with a different lens. We have mobile money transactions, we have harvest records for most of these farmers, we have cash books, milk deliveries, a digital footprint, we have national ID, local market committee records, sales agreements, records from VSLAs. How can you use this data to determine whether or not this person has a credit, is worthy of your credit? So when you think about it, let's take an example of milk deliveries. You're not going to find a digital record of milk deliveries sitting on a website somewhere. When we were doing a study about farmers, when we were starting Imata, we went and visited a number of cooperatives, yes? Trying to find what do they have in terms of records. And guess what? We got into a cooperative one day and asked, what information do you collect? And we realized throughout the year, some of these cooperatives, looking very shabby, right? They handle up to 1 billion Ugandan shillings worth of milk in a year. surprising. So you ask yourself, why are banks funding these farmers? Because they do have transactions every single day. But guess what? Transactions are not playing in a row, in full of ledgers, right? Ledgers with deliveries for over 5 years in that store. That is data that exists. Yes? So how are we going to leverage that data? I was wondering who would pick that out. Like, there was an article online that said that for most of Africans, some credit scoring experts would determine how willing or how able someone is to pay by the size of their belly. Yeah. So if it's big, you can pay. It's just little. I was just seeing who would actually notice. But yes, aside from the size of the belly, there are actually data points that actually exist. So how are you innovatively going to look at the current data of these informal sector, so you can be able to create a product that fits their need, that reduces your risk and theirs? Yes? So how are we going to do that? Number one, we need to notice two key things. Number one is credit scoring in a business, in low-tech environment needs creativity and adaptability. If you're not creative, don't want to change traditional ways of credit scoring. This is a market you might not be able to enter. Second, there is plenty of data. Are you willing to digitize? Are you willing to go through the hard work of taking what they have and making it something you can use to determine how valuable their businesses are? So how did Imata solve it? The first thing we did, we thought of a very brilliant idea. We said, let's create an app. That's surely going to work, right? How many of us have thought of an app that needs to be created to solve a problem? Yeah, I did too, right? Because I'm head of product, so that was my first brilliant idea. But guess what? It did not work. Who can tell me why? No, we had the funding. I mean, right in the room here, we had partners like EDC, we had UNCDF at that time. We created the app. Why did it not work? Good hint. He says the target audience did not have consent.
And the float that requires a physical branch. So those dynamics come into play even as we are supporting the branch-based mechanisms, e-banking, mobile banking, and that kind of thing. Then you also find us building the capacities of both the demand side and the supply side, supporting the training financial institutions to understand agricultural finance. Most of the people you find in financial institutions study BCom or BBA or something else, and then you're telling them to learn agriculture. So sometimes, at least for the not complicated stuff, it's good for them to understand agriculture financing and the dynamics, support that, but also the side of the demand side, that is the smallholder farmers and the agribusinesses, to understand business, to understand credit management, to understand that there's a difference between profit and sales. I started out as a loan officer, and that was a major issue. Ask someone, how much money do you make? What will the net profit? And someone tells you I make 2 million, but that 2 million shillings is sales. So at the end of the day, you have a flawed appraisal. So we come in to support those kinds of things. We are supporting, we are large on green financing right now. We're building the capacities of financial institutions to be able to strengthen their muscle for ESG, to be compliant, such that it is not just a department in a financial institution, but an entire process. It is a pathway to growth. It is beyond that. It is a way of doing business. It's a smarter way of doing business. Eventually, while we're supporting the governance side and the social aspect, we'll still end up in profit. So that is what we are supporting financial institutions to do. In a nutshell, now, coming to ABI development. We are commercial ABI finance. ABI development is purely grant making. And it is, ABI finance is value chain agnostic. apart from, of course, the value chains that are shady, like tobacco. You will not find us in tobacco and chuck and things like that, things that destroy the environment. But by and large, we're agnostic. API development works towards solving bottlenecks within the different value chains to make them more productive, increase productivity, also increasing incomes of smallholder farmers. Sometimes you find that the difference between making money and not making money in a value chain is a systemic issue. I'll use an example of the dairy sector that you know very well. There's a season where coolers were an issue. I worked in Barra for 5 years when I just started out. And you'd buy a 5-liter jerrycan of milk at 500 shillings during the rainy season. Because Samia was a monopoly, the roads were bad, and really, there's nothing really you can do about it. So now, API finance.
That's actually right now.
Okay.
Right, for those of you who don't work in dairy, we're looking at something of the exact same situation now. There's a monopoly. We're in rainy season. People are supposed to have very high prices for their milk. Yet they're selling it at what? What was the latest I saw? Some people are selling it for 300 shillings. The prices are, there's the prices in dairy that we don't talk about right now.
So now, those are the kinds of things that I'd like to sort out those kinds of issues, such that at the end of the day, when we come in with finance, it makes sense. It is a very sad day when someone borrows money, wants to do some business and they can't sell. At that point, that person becomes a bad client to a financial institution, not out of their own making. So market issues. If you're in the poultry value chain, if you're dealing with broilers, the first question you ask yourself, where am I going to sell? We don't have a culture of selling chicken in kilograms. So whether you feed it for 4 weeks or 8 weeks, you still get 10K. So those kinds of things are what API development sorts out, but also focusing on the grander picture, the national contribution to the national development plan, and making sure that we have our contribution to improving the agribusiness sector. So in a nutshell, that is what API development and API is.
Thank you. Before we continue, what do you do when you don't work?
Oh, I love reading. My happiest place is when I'm teaching. That is my happy place. Unfortunately, teaching doesn't pay much, but yeah, I love to teach. I love to read.
I will say I'm not surprised considering the speech you just had. Makes a lot of sense. Now, so as was mentioned at the beginning, this panel. So this is Kenneth's panel of Kenneth's friends and people who have a lot in common with Kenneth. Yeah, we have the same yogi. And Kenneth and I go hiking together, so like full circle. Yes. No, so as was mentioned, the panel has the theme of tell us what you know about that. So the three of you have three fairly distinct topics that you've all kind of talked about already in some form throughout the day. And as a result, my questions will be very direct to each and every one of you. I've also, I think, got 20 minutes or less because I don't want people to starve, and lunch was supposed to start a while ago. So we have that pressure as well. That being said, let's start with Richard again. So just to repeat what you're supposed to be very good and knowledgeable about. Tell us what you know about funding in the green economy and international organizations' perspective. Now, we've had two presentations that covered like half of my first questions, which is very good, because that means that I was onto something, I think. Yeah. I have one that's a bit personal, but at the same time quite useful. As UNCDF, what do you look for, or like how do you pick green projects or areas to support? What's your checklist?
See, the beauty of not being in school is that you can choose what to answer and what not to answer. And sort of set your own question and answer it. I won't answer that question. Why? Because, so in green, a lot of our financing has gone into clean cooking and clean energy. And the financing towards clean cooking or clean lighting, solar companies we usually look at a couple of things. One is it innovative? Can you not find alternative financing on the market for it? 3, who are you reaching? And 4, can you break even at some point and won't need development money maybe after the project? Maybe a 5th one is, can we link you to, because financing is done by financial services providers. Development partners only come in because there is a market failure. Okay, so if you can find financing somewhere else, why should we come? If you can never break even, or if you can never get financed by a typical financial institution, then you're not a solution for the market. So those are some of the conditions that we put to either whether you're receiving it.
Influencing any type of business. We are in a world where an idea can get you big bucks. And so that's why we brought guys like Raymond to come and share with you exactly how you can be able to tap into this market. So maybe I would propose if we can have a small group exercises of about 5 or 6, and then we can then be able to, within those groups, be able to perhaps have a founder and a VC or PE, and then we can be able to have like 3 or 4 people come to it.
Thanks, Kenneth. I think that's a good idea. So if you would maybe we break it up according to the tables. That work? Yeah. So maybe each table is a group. Yeah. So each table will be a group, and in that group just have side for the VC. Actually, let's do it this way. So this table has a VC. This table has a VC. This table has a PE. Yeah, so this table has a PE. Try something new. Maybe let's have one person here. And the players will come and sit here. Work. This table is cheap. So let's have only one person. One person. Then here. Yeah, so let me just give you the guidelines again. So for each table, we are going to select one that will have a VC and another that will have a P. The understanding is that each table will still also have founders. So the VCs and the founders will work together, the PEs and the founders will work together. So for instance, this table has a VC. So the founders and the VC work together, right? And then the founders should come up with a pitch. Does that make sense? So this table also has a VC. The founders come up with a pitch. This has a PE, and so the founders come up with a pitch. This is also PE.
I can do yogerere for you, Raymond. Omusajja agambye twagala abaagala ssente n'abawaki abawa ssente. VC ebawa ssente. Founder ebaagala ki ssente. Let's start.
So this is PE, it's a PE founders. Then we can have VC with the founders. And then we'll have VC with the founders. So the instructions are really simple. Are we listening to the instructions? Let me just keep them simple. Using the knowledge that we just had briefly. Founders are going to create a pitch. In other words, you're going to think of what you tell an investor, right? And then you're going to present that to the investor on your table. Bear in mind, the investor in your table is a VC or a PE. This is why I spent some time saying that table has VC, this one has a VC, this is a PE, that's a PE, that's VC, that's VC. Yeah. So what we're going to do in just a short time, once the founder has prepared their pitch, they'll come and give us a short pitch here, right? And then the members on the table, the investors on the table are going to tell us whether they will do the investment or not, and why. Does that make sense to you guys? So as an incentive, this exercise is 10 minutes. So 10 minutes starting now, will be done at 3:10.
By the way, as you're coming up with this, we actually have an impact investor here, Bit Capital Partners, who's going to be on the panel. They gave money to Sente, they gave money to Gende. So if you think this is a joke, for me, I'm just giving you information.
Yes.
It's up to you to pitch a real idea or a fictitious one.
Yes.
But just know you have an impact investor here with you. Mark Mutai is the managing partner of Big Capital Partners and he's here. So when they talk about elevator pitches,
So we have about 4 minutes.
4 minutes to go, guys. Yeah, because now we've told you that the people can give you money. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes, guys.
Okay, we have about a minute to go. 1 minute to go.
Okay, guys, are we done? We need to start pitching because we have a panel coming up next. Okay. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay, it's okay. Let's give you 2 more minutes.
Okay, the extension has run out.
Okay, it's done, guys. Fast. Which table is ready and is going fast? All right. Come on, please. Very good.
So the way we will do it is the startup will pitch, will give a chance to the VC or the PE on that table to be very objective about their idea. And then we'll also open it up to the rest. So each pitch will take 2 minutes. Yeah. Each pitch will take 2 minutes.
Yes. Hello, sir. My name is Timothy Kenya. I'm a founder of KTA Africa, where we assemble manufacture goal line technology of virtual assistant refereeing. We look at Africa as a continent full of potential through sport, but we thought to challenge its ecosystem. Meritocracy in sport and sports violence. One of what encourages this is that some people, because the referees are human, the referee might not know when someone is actually offside or if the ball has crossed the line so someone has the goal. So those who have scored the goal will feel that they are cheated, while the fans may not only stop at that they invade the pitch and beat up all our players and our fans. So because the fans are our target, if they come with families, we don't want the families to go back with a hit hard. So what we suggest that we bring in technology to be able to tell our referees whether the ball has crossed the line or not, and whether someone is offside or not. How I want to do this? Our market is really, for starters, local leagues. We have the local leagues that have 5 divisions, and beyond that, we have corporate leagues that play privately. We think all even these people need the meritocracy and the fairness in the games. And beyond that, we think that we can spread this product across the continent, where we have unique offers that are not in Europe or the Americas. Why? We have different stadiums on the continent that are not necessarily in Europe. We have one there, or even.
So, yeah, thanks. Very, very innovative idea. 2 questions. Number 1, what is the revenue model of this business? So you're saying you have local leagues, 5 you mentioned?
Yes.
So the leagues are like actual clients.
Yes.
So you have 5 clients.
For starting.
Okay, which is fine. So it's the leagues that are paying, not the teams.
Yes.
And so what's the revenue model there, the recurring revenue? They pay per season, they pay per game, what are they?
Per season, they can pay up to $100,000.
Okay, so we're talking, the season is once a year, so 500,000. How does that business grow in this market?
Yes, we are targeting going beyond Uganda, taking it to the regional wise. They're going to host the AFCON, they will need this, and taking it across Africa and even up to CAF.
What stage is the technology right now? Is it being developed? Is it prototyped? Is it in the market? What stage is the technology?
The technology is being developed at the moment, but
Okay.
it has been tested with Division 5, which is the lowest level.
So it's under development. So it's not patented, it's not ready, it's not.
Yes,
it is super early stage. How much money of mine are you looking for?
$500,000 US.
And what is on offer for that money?
49% shareholding.
How do you arrive at that? How do you arrive at that valuation? So you're saying your business is worth about $1 million for technology that's not yet developed?
Because we know the market is ready and available.
Yeah, but the technology is not developed, and you have no revenue yet. But the figure you've given is $1 million valuation.
$1 million. Yes.
No, you're asking for $500,000 for effectively 50% of the business, making the business $1 million in value.
Okay, but with the potential markets, in 3 years we'll have your money back, even with profit.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, the money that we bring as investors is real money. It is earned, it comes from somewhere, so we need to, I like your idea, I would like to extend this discussion, but we need to go beyond what could happen and see what's actually happening, so we can make a decision whether we are able to invest. Thank you.
Brilliant. Just a few things. So how could you have recovered from that question?
regarding the investment, the valuation, how could you have demonstrated more value to you?
So I think that's why classes like this are very important, because what you find is many early stage entrepreneurs have been spoiled by the industry. So they throw out figures that don't have substance underneath of them. And so that already is a demonstration of a lack of complete understanding of the business. Usually people are trained to ask for $1 million, $2 million. But the truth is, even when we hear those figures, we know not a lot of those. It's different if you tell me I'm looking for 552,000. Because clearly there's a financial model behind that. There's something that money is actually going to do. These round figures we throw around, they sound exciting, they sound sexy, but they also give us red flags in terms of the actual thinking. So how we could have recovered, you should have done that homework before that initial discussion to understand what goes into the investment asset.
Okay. So Timothy, numbers, unit economics, scale down your market, let it be very clear, match it with numbers, and let them be delivered. Next team.
Okay, who's next? From what pay?
Hi, my name is Collins Bonachalo and I work with Swali AI. As a human race, we've always sought evolving and being better, starting with horses, starting with cars, starting with the first plane, starting with the first iPhone. There's always been a pursuit for betterness and for ease. And that's why at Swali AI, we believe that the next chapter of ease and development is going to be generative, pre-trained transformers. And what we mean by this is that, think of it this way. Imagine at the palm of your hands, having the power to create essays, having the power to interact with the internet, having the power to scrape and scour the internet for all the information you need. And we know this is true because in the past 3 months, we've not only grown from 0 users, but to 15 million users and completed a Series A of 1.5 billion. What we need now is that we're raising a Series B, and we need 3 billion to pre-train our data and improve the efficiency with a project we're calling Arachnis. Now, Project Arachnis will enable us access a market of about 100 million users across the USA, Europe, and Asia. And with this, we believe we'll be leading the next frontier of Swali AI, not only expanding beyond pre-generated text, but expanding into frontiers like full self-driving, automation of interviewing, automation of prescription, and many of these areas that we believe are ripe for disruption. So if you want to be part of the next revolution of the human race, do invest with us. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. I have my first question is, how would I be able to recover my money? Because there are 3 versions of the ChatGPT. So first, how would I be able to recover my money? Secondly, what unique solution are you bringing to the market? Because that already exists.
Thank you very much. First of all, we're running a subscription-based service along with a freemium service. For our subscription users, we offer extra features beyond text generation, like image generation. The other way you'd be able to recover your money is that, one, as an investor, our investors who invested in our pre-seed round exited during our Series A, when we had a 10 billion valuation. Currently, our 3 billion raise gives us a 50 billion valuation. So, as an investor at Series C or at Series D, you could be able to exit. The other alternative we also provide you is that we expect that there's going to be a user base that is growing. So that comes to our unique advantage. Other existing solutions train their AI data manually. We have set up our AI algorithm to use reinforced learning and be able to self-learn and self-improve. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much. But that was a PE table. It was a PE table, so it sounded like a VC deal. It sounded like a VC deal. There are VCs that put in that much. But I think you wanted to point us to a PE kind of investment, for that kind of money. I think that's interesting to see. What we would have wanted to see is the PE maybe ask, what terms do you want and how would you want us to come in? Maybe you would have said, we have maybe this debt that we failed to finance, or we are losing so much money, we need you to come in and maybe offer operational support or something like that. Could have helped.
Okay. I hope we're still seeing the distinction between private equity and venture capital. Venture capital is when you're starting and you need that seed money. Private equity is when you're established, you want to be able to expand. That's the best way to be able to explain it. Okay, who is coming next?
Definitely not to buy. I hope there's an end here because we don't want our idea to be stolen. KTA, are we protected? The teacher. I hope you don't well. Anyway, okay. Okay. So with over 40,000 young entrepreneurs starting businesses in Uganda, many of them don't see the 50-year business. This is because they fail to get access to the right knowledge from professionals like you who give them this knowledge to grow their business. So we are coming in with our platform called Mumakati to bring all these consultancy services all in one platform. So if you're a content creator, you're going to find Kama Digital on our platform and you'll be able to consult it. Our product is just going to be an online platform which can be accessed via web or mobile application. The market is huge. As I've told you, there's over 40,000 young entrepreneurs there, and even the current businesses. Our business model, we are going to be using two. We will have a subscription model for you, the consultants, like you in the VC sector, and then the client, Joyce, who's the content creator, will be paying us and we take off a commission. The traction, so far, we have done our research and we have seen that an average startup founder talks to about 10 consultancy firms in less than a month. Then our ask, we are looking for seed, angel investing worth 10,000 for us to build this platform, market it, and also subscribe and service. Thank you.
Just a question, $10,000 what, dollars?
10,000 US dollars. 1 million.
Good.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So there's several businesses like this. One of them is Positively Public. They're connecting people to talent. There's so many. The model we've seen, even Andela. What distinction is there?
Yeah, so us, we're not looking at connecting talent to the job market. Us, the entrepreneurs started their business, but they lack knowledge on something. There's a startup called Tuvayo. It's planning to raise money, but doesn't have the right knowledge on how to break down a PC deal. So it needs you, it needs your services. So they're going to find you on Mumakati.
So you're connecting knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. So the $10,000,
yeah.
If you received it, what would you use it for?
So one, we already have a team of developers that will go through a platform called Wapi, and they have already tabled to us what it would cost to set up a functioning application and also the website. Then second, we are going to reach out to the market because we need the entrepreneurs to know about it. Then the other bit will be on the technical side of subscription and also integrating with payment platforms like Stripe.
Speaking of reaching out to the market, out of that budget of 10,000, how are you going to reach out to that market?
So from the 10K, we are planning to use 3K. 3,000, part of it is going to be on online advertisement. Then we'll use 60% of it to attend these physical exhibitions where we know entrepreneurs are.
So you're going to use 40% of your budget just
on marketing. Yeah. Not gonna say the joke.
Yeah, so that is an example of what we're saying. The amount of money that you need to get your customers can usually also be a red flag.
All right. I think there are just 1, 2, 3 more teams next. Who's coming next? Here, here, here. Okay.
Our company is called A Goat for One Acre, and our target stakeholders is youth and women. We are choosing dairy goats because dairy milk is very profitable in terms of health, because it's lactose intolerant, and also it's very good especially for children and also for ailing old people. The other thing also why we have chosen the dairy goats is because dairy goats are very easy to maintain. Even if you have only a quarter of a hectare, it's very, very easy to bring up. So, and dairy goats as compared to cows, you can, 7 goats are equivalent to having one dairy cow. That is the improved breed. So we are right now in the 5 acres. We started with 100 farmers. We bought each farmer 1 goat. And right now we would like to increase to 1,000 farmers, because we have already seen that the project has actually been uptaken, but right now the money that we are getting is not enough to scale up. So we are looking to ask for 200,000 US dollars.
Given that we are in the digital age and tech era, how are you incorporating tech into your business strategy to prove viability in the long run, in the long term?
One of the things that we did is that we registered all our farmers, and with that, all of them actually have access to cell phones, and we send them messages through cell phones about their income, how to feed, and whatever they need through our digital platforms.
Been in business for how long?
5 years.
Are you compliant?
We are registered through the government.
So you just registered, you have documentation to back up your 5-year revenue, your processes, your management. Do you have a management team?
Yes, we do have an accounting department, and we also have a board of directors.
Or do you have any shareholder? You said you have documentation. So you are able to back up the value you're able to bring to our shareholders, or to fund your project.
We have all the details, we have all the accounts even backed out, and we can show about everything from when it started.
So you have 5-year documentation.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Notice how she kept insisting on the historical financial performance. It could be the case that the BC might ask for that, but we find that he is much more concerned about historical performance of the company to decide whether it's performing really well for them to buy it or to loan it, or to make any decision. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, so we have 2 more here and here.
Thank you, Kenneth. Okay, I'll throw it to the crowd. Hi, everyone. My name is Frank. Glad to be standing before you. And I'm here to present a sports and entertainment firm. Thank you. I'm here to present a sports and entertainment firm. We are called Tonda Creative Agency. Our name is basically derived from creating. Tonda is a Luganda word for create. We're into the space of managing talent, but managing, building, as well as pushing ideas that basically speak to the sports and entertainment world. What are we looking at doing in this space? Right now, Uganda is a space of majorly the youth. And when we think of the youth, when we think of influencing culture, what speaks to the youth more than the sports and entertainment field? everyone will listen to a sports guy. Everyone will want to be like Cristiano. Everyone will want to be like, okay, not everyone will want to be like a musician out there. You know, you listen to Chameleon. We know how people are now so much influenced by one of the musician come politician, but we used to see the crowds would push. And however much the industry has so much influence, there's lack of professionalism. And this is what Tonda is coming to provide in the market. When we speak of entertainment, there are different elements we have to think about. Let's think of sports, let's think of music, let's think of film and TV, let's think of literature, and all these have the capability to provide worthy employment opportunities to so many youth out there in the country. Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you for that. That was a great speech. So how do you incorporate the element of culture into this business, into Tonda? How would you show the cultural aspect of Uganda to the world through Tonda?
Okay, let's talk about the music. Right now, through the artists we're looking at representing, we are pushing elements of Afrofusion. This is the incorporation of Ugandan instruments into the Western instruments so that people can tell our stories. And the more artists will tell our stories, the more our culture will come out. The more we shall get to appreciate, the stories that the folk. Let's think of the folk songs, but the folk songs are going to be packaged in a way that the youth understand them now, and that is going to help with the cultural erosion that is happening. Because right now, I might not be able to go and listen to Basude, but I listen to the Ganda boys who are pretending these stories in a way that I can relate, But if I am as Tonda, we go and we talk to the Ganda boys that, hey guys, you're doing this, but what is your distribution strategy? When are you looking at creating concerts in Uganda? Let's be your promoters. That will be able to not only influence culture, but provide worthy employment opportunities.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, do you mean you would like us to show our culture more to the world, just like how South Africa is doing with the Amapiano, Nigeria is doing with, what the Nigerian culture, their outfits, their Afrobeats. So in Uganda, what do you think, apart from the Olympics, the athletes, we have like so many, but apart from that, what else would we show the world? What do we have in Uganda that we can actually show the world and get investment from?
Okay, firstly, let's think of the dance, the folk dance. Let's think of the music, the folk song. Let's think of products like, the back cloth. All right, these can be incorporated. We've seen so many artists come in Uganda, and they want to really see where these ghetto kids coming from. So as we have these ambassadors who are going out there, the likes of Eddie Kenzo, who are trying to push up the culture out of Uganda, who are pushing the language, Luganda out there. We can have someone from the East singing in, what is the language of the Teso? What is it? It's, I didn't want to confuse the language and the people. I understand Iteso and Ateso. So which is the language, which are the people? Ateso is the language. Yes, let's think of someone, let's think of the guy from the Iteso singing in Ateso, all right? But they have also incorporated their dance, let's think of the poets, all right? There's so much we can do to push the culture out there.
Okay, so do you have a budget?
Yes. So setting up a standard studio and firstly, in how this industry works, we can look at doing venture investment into the artists, worthy artists. They could be film. We have to help them with the branding and the product management. And we're looking at starting with about 3 artists and setting up a studio. The worthy studio costs about $100,000. We look at $100,000. Then let's think of a budget for the artists, these 3 artists, each with about $50,000. It can be enough to propel and push these artists within and at least the East African region. With the likes of partnerships we're looking at creating with the likes of, Wasafi in Dar es Salaam, Ogopa DJs in Kenya. Talking to the GIA House in South Africa. These are people who can come in and support us, and we believe it will be able to help expose our culture, expose our talents, and we get to invite more people who can do so much for this country.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think that was a VC deal. You can tell the company is really early stage. They don't even have revenue, they don't have a bunch of things. So possibly maybe the lady was an angel investor and she would just invest in it because they believe in the idea. Okay. So we have a panel for the last.
Hello, my name is Tandika. I am from Elevate. What we do, we elevate brands. It's in the name. We believe in the power of story. I believe that if you go back from our old folk songs in Jabala to all the one in the West, we've been connected so much by our stories. And what is lacking in our marketing sector these days is cultural relevance when it comes to marketing and telling stories and connecting audiences at the level, at the cultural level that they understand and relate with. And that's why we are here. We have been in business for the last 5 years. One of our clients is KTA. If you look at KTA maybe 3 to 4 years back and how their audience has grown over those years, it's because they are culturally relevant. They look out for things that matter and bring them and we discuss them. Now, as an agency, we've been limited to design mostly, but we're looking for investment to expand our value proposition so that we're a one-stop shop. We're able to provide photography, we're able to provide videography. We have a number of repeat clients on a retainer level that are from all sectors. We have people in sports, we have people in tourism and hospitality, we have people in legal, we have people in green energy. And we believe that small and medium-scale enterprises in Uganda are the soul of the economy. And yet, none of them can afford the big dogs. The big dogs, I'm talking about TBWA, I'm talking about Blue Flamingo. You need to part with hundreds and thousands of dollars to retain those guys on a monthly basis. Our solution is we need some investment for us to be able to help with small and medium-scale enterprises in Uganda, which are the souls of this nation in the economy.
So what is your ask?
Our ask is a buy-in of 10%.
Yes, but what is your ask? How much money are you
Our ask is 50 million shillings for 10%.
And what kind of equity would I be getting from this 50 million?
What kind of equity would you be getting from that?
Are you giving me shares? Like, what does that
Oh
mean?
yes, we're going to give you shares worth 10%, and we're going to allow the person that invests to come and run us for some time for us to be able to realize their goals and our goals if they match. Yes, if they align.
That's quite the amount. What would you say are your top 3 revenue streams?
We have a bunch of clients in retainer, and we could say that a month we're at 10 million shillings a month. So if we have the investment, and for example, KTA can come and get photography, videography, everything from us, we'd be able to charge them more, and that way we can make more money. So we want to be able to do that for all our clients.
It kind of sounds like you already have it figured out. What exactly would this 10 million do for you?
For PEs and venture capital to operate.
Maybe if I was to be devil's advocate, this would be a follow-up to you, Mark, because you're probably on the investment side as well. It seems to suggest that the incentives and the different regulatory interventions they're making would attract investors. But if I was to be devil's advocate, an industry like Silicon Valley has existed for over 60 years here, and they've not had all these incentives for a while, but the industry grew and became incredibly big. What really do investors want? Is good regulation and policy enough? What else must we do to attract them?
Hello? Yeah. So this is challenging for me because she works with the ministry. So I don't know how open and honest I want to be because I know it's not her personal fault. It's hard to talk to her without making it personal. So, you guys, if KTA can promise me that I'll make it home, I have 3 daughters who are waiting for me. Now, everything she says is correct. There's indeed a huge regulatory difference between what's happening in other markets. I've personally done a project over the last 5 years in Rwanda supporting the growth of this industry. And they have things like the Startup Act and things that are already in law and things that are happening. There's a lot of work government is doing. Now, 2 things I think, in my opinion, have happened. Number one, we have, as an industry, we have ignored the policymakers for a long time. Similar to how sort of the fintech sort of did their thing, eventually central bank caught up, right? We've ignored them. And that because they move too slow, they have their own bureaucracies and things like that. But as a result, investors are, especially serious investors, are not comfortable. And I mean, these are the questions we get all the time. What are the incentives? Do I have investor protection rights? If I get into a dispute with Tuvayo, will I be protected if I go to court, yet the judge is his uncle? All kinds of questions we get because investors don't know. We have investors who ask, I'm going to invest in your company. What document will I get every year to report my taxes back in Canada? As an advisor, I don't even know the answer to that question because that document doesn't exist. And for them, they're like, I'm an angel investor in a business somewhere. I need to report these returns if I got any somewhere. What's there, right? So there's a huge issue with the regulation. So you're right, regulation is not enough. But the other issue, which is actually bigger and controversial, is as Uganda, we do a very terrible job marketing ourselves. So when you look at the things that are in the media about the country all the time, they are more concerning than attractive. And that has an impact. There's not the things that happen here are the same things that happen worldwide. But the story is different. The story is different and the intent is different. So a lot of it does come back to government, of course. But also, just generally, I think investors, much as regulation is important, they are not as excited about the opportunities here. Now, when you talk of the other markets, a big one also is the size. Nigeria, Kenya, these are developed markets. They have a lot of the things she's mentioning regarding regulation with getting local investment. So that's one of the biggest problems. We have a lot of wealthy people in this country who do not participate in this industry. So when local money doesn't participate in the market, you don't have angel investors, you don't have private investors, yet they exist. You don't give a lot of confidence to external money to come in. If you look at the Kenya Angel Investor Association, they're extremely active. And they do very many deals. I was talking to somebody for breakfast this morning, and on average, our portfolio is $30 million every year. We're doing across so many deals. You don't have that in Uganda. Kampala Angel Network has taken forever to get off the ground. Yet we have that sort of money within our market. So until we start to participate more in this startup ecosystem, it will continue to be a challenge.
Great, that's really exciting. And I think when you say that we should be involved more, you're looking at building an ecosystem where the founders can raise money from even fellow founders, as we've seen in countries like Nigeria, where founders raise all this money, become extremely big, and then even invest in their own So that level of Ubuntu would be interesting to see in the ecosystem. What could be the commonest misconceptions of venture capital and PE that you find that people have? Let's go up to you.
I think one of the commonest misconceptions is what we've just demonstrated here in this exercise you just did. There's clearly a misunderstanding of what PE should be doing and what VC should be doing. And I empathize with entrepreneurs. When you're looking for money, unfortunately, you look everywhere. But 90% of the time, you're looking at the wrong people. You're talking to people that, A, don't have money, but you wouldn't know. So in our industry, a big thing we do is we run around and build a pipeline, and then we go back and look for the money. But when I'm talking to you, you think I have the money already. You actually don't. But these are things you wouldn't know. Then also, you're speaking to the wrong people, and you had very good exercise. If this is a PE, what sort of deal should he be listening to? What's the deal size? What's the industry? What's the opportunity? So the misconception is that these two terms are interchangeable, and truly they are not. And then when people speak of private equity, they think it doesn't mean private debt. So you used an example, somebody was pitching an equity transaction. Private debt also falls within the PE realm. So the misconception is that one, the deals have to be very big. The people are the same. VCs and PE players want different things. They want different transactions. And if you understand your business, you should try not to waste time speaking to the wrong people. And then the other one, of course, is that, I come from the impact world. Somebody was talking about it at our table. A lot of people are what we call greenwashing these days. They think it's a better story to tell me the number of the widows, the children, the environment, and all these things, forgetting that primarily it makes money back. So one misconception is that in the impact space, nobody cares about returns. They have low interest rates, ABCD. None of that is true. It's just as, and I made the statement up here, the money that we're investing in your businesses is just as important money. This is earned money. I need to pay it back to somebody. Or if I'm an independently wealthy person, I got it from somewhere. So it should be treated with the same respect as a typical commercial loan you'd get if you went into a bank.
Thank you, Mark. Maybe Diana, could you add something small on that? On the ethical side, when we think about VCs, they are driven by gaining value in the long run, making back their money. And then if you think about PEs, they'll just come in and wreck the company and just make sure that it maximizes the shareholder value. How do we meet these investors? What ethical concerns do you see, and what should we be considering in terms of investment?
Thank you, moderator. In terms of the ethical concerns that we should be meeting, I think you spoke to some of the things that should be done prior to some of these deals being handled. Things around doing the due diligence, around a lot of these investments before the PE or the venture capitalist does the investment. So I think that could be able to cure a lot of the unethical issues that could come through if someone has had a chance to look at the audited accounts. A lot of that information. I think we really need to do a lot of drilling down into the due diligences to cure a lot of that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This goes to you all, but I'll start as an example because I think it's important for the audience to understand if there have been any successful companies. I always get this question a lot. You work on VC deals. Which company has got a VC deal in this country? And you always come up with the snake oil salesman. So the question here is, in your experience, how many companies have been able to get VC money? What did they do right? What made them successful? I'll give you an example. There's a company we got recently, and they just had market significance in terms of they have been around in several markets, but they have very, very good connections. When we looked under the hood and we tried to look at the different documents they have in place, they even have a lot of the contracts written down. But they've raised $5 million up to this point, and they're doing a follow-on round that they're representing them. But when you look closely, you look at the team, and the team has this charisma that just brings in these kinds of investors. the lesson in there for you is, it sounds strange, but some founders actually have charisma to bring in money. So that's an example of mine. Mark, do you have any examples that you can use?
Like you want actual company names?
They don't have to specifically.
Yeah. So I mean, like I gave you a figure already, right? In terms of the money that we've raised and invested in. So there's a lot of deals happening. Quite a few. Of course, there's some that are public. Kenneth mentioned, some of the deals that we've done. Those are open on our website. Some are not public for specific reasons. Sometimes investors see a nice transaction that's below their threshold. So typically, when you interface with an investor, they might tell you things like our minimum ticket size is $1 million. But based on the opportunity, for example, it might be the staffing tool he was discussing. I might put in $700,000, but I will not advertise it and won't speak to it because it doesn't fit my publicized mandate. So there's a lot of deals that go under the table that go quiet. But I can confirm that there's been a lot of successful deals in terms of investment. It has been slow on the backside when investors are trying to get out of transactions, because similar to what I've just been discussing, and local participation, it's a very tough time to get exits on the transaction. So on the backside, I'm sure you also Guardian Pharmacy and some of the other transactions that have happened. It's not as many deals that are happening because we don't have a very good secondary market, tied a lot to many regulatory problems, so many investors are not sitting here. And this industry has probably been more exciting in the last 10 to 12 years, which is the typical age of a fund. So those exit opportunities were hindered by COVID, many other things have happened, but in terms of companies receiving investment, a lot of them are happening, and this across all industries and all sizes, and more, those that are able to advertise them have also their own challenges. Sometimes they don't want URA to know. Many times, there's co-founder wars that happen. We find this all the time. You start a business with your young brother today, and then he walks away, and then many years later you raise capital, and you don't want him to know, so you tell us not to advertise it and things like that. But, like I said, for our farm, we've done about $90 million, and a lot more has happened today, for sure.
And when you think about the different people that have successfully raised that money, what lessons can the audience learn?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And this is dear to me when I speak to an audience like this. Unfortunately, many of us are over-mentored but underfunded. Many of us are over-tutored, we're over-trained, we have listened to panels, we have been to accelerators, incubators, startup hubs, impact spaces, but we're underfunded. And the reason why is because we spend most of our time in these spaces. The money for your business is with your customers. Work on your business, sell your products. I will come looking for you. Don't look for me. I will look for you. And so the problem is, because we've adopted a model that is so westernized, especially in the tech environment, it is so Silicon Valley, somebody told me $1 million, but couldn't justify why, which is fine, it doesn't work. So in those businesses that have actually raised capital, because at the end of the day, if your financial model doesn't hold, I will not put money in your business. And unfortunately, people have spent, we receive pitch decks, and very beautiful pitch decks, better than I can make. But the truth is, the money we've raised, we don't use pitch decks, we use financial models. So 90% of my time I'm looking at Excel, I'm not looking at PowerPoint. But 90% of your time you're sharpening your PowerPoint, not your Excel. So the breakdown is in exactly that. Does this business make money? How does the money flow? If you're at $1 million like you're asking, how does it come in? I'm not going to give it to you in cash. Do you need 200? What's the structure? You talked about structure, it's a very important question. You know, is it a safe note? Is it equity? Is it this? Is it that? How do you pay me back? All those kind of questions get answered on an Excel spreadsheet. Majority of us don't know how to make that Excel. Now those that do are the same companies that get money over and over and over again because they're responding to what the investor wants. So this investment readiness we talk about shouldn't be focused on making the most beautiful deck or standing up here like you did and batting 10 out of 10. It should be focused on getting your Excel spreadsheet in a way that you don't have to do it yourself because you're not an Excel guru. If I do it for you, you should at least be able to articulate it yourself because that's your business. So money is going to the people that can actually prove the business works. And that proof of the business working is in market acceptance, which is improved by how many widgets or units have you actually sold. That's it. So it's not how many conferences have you attended, how many. The banks, I'm an ex-banker myself many years ago, retail and investment bank. The banks have a role they play, a very important role. But everybody loves to hate them because they're not for you. But if you knew that, you didn't even go there in the first place. But there are people who use the banks and they use them well as the business grows. So PEVC, yes, is a financial instrument that is important in the whole financial picture. I think the bigger issue here related to what Diana is saying is we just don't have, and I just wish you could burn down that capital markets office. We don't have a serious capital market structure in this country. We don't have long-term money. So if you're going to go borrow money to do coffee that takes 3 years to grow, you get the same terms as somebody who is building an apartment that will take 6 months. We just don't have the right capital structure in this country to serve all the multiple purposes. So you find banks are offering mortgages from deposits, deposits are supposed to be for demand, they should get that money from the bond market, but the bond market doesn't exist. I don't want to get too technical, but the real issue is not even regulation and this and that, it's just our financial structure is so broken that there's a role we have to play because no one can feel it. But in markets that work, you should be able to get a mortgage for 60 years because that money has come from somewhere else. But when we are competing against government that's the biggest borrower in the capital markets and NSSF and all these issues, that's where the breakdown comes and that's what creates a gap for us. But to my initial point, we're for everybody, but not everybody is for us. So figure out who you are and where you should be.
I think that's a very good segue to get to what the future looks like for this space. If you think about 30 years from now, where would you want our VC space to be in the region?
Okay, I can answer that. But I think, well, there's a few things. Number one, and that's why it's very important, VCPE. VCs are typically doing high growth businesses with lots of potential. So if you're an entrepreneur out there, think about what sort of a business you're building. Today, and you talked about AI and machine learning and all these things and crypto, that's where the future is going. So whether you like it or not, whether we think blockchain doesn't make sense in Uganda, whether there's a lot of money in Europe where most of our money comes from, because the baby boomer generation, many people didn't have a lot of kids. So all that money is starting to flow down towards, trickling down towards Africa. It has a big push. Fortunately here, because of how backward we are, anything we do can have an impact slant to it. But impact, climate, those things are getting increasingly important. So if you know how to tell that story, there's money for it.
Thank you, ma'am. Diana, if you think about your work, where is the industry going in the next 30 years? What would you like to see?
Thank you. And my response definitely is complement to what Mark just spoke to around where we think the industry is growing. We definitely think that the industry is growing. And as a country, we definitely think that we need this industry to grow. And that is why we are already tapping into spaces around startups and doing the startup policy. We spoke to the fact that Rwanda has already done this. And we are folding up our sleeves and ensuring that a lot of this policy, we have to get it really right. So in terms of where we're going, we think that this is where we have to go. We think that we have to attract as much investment in the country as possible. We've been given a target to grow the economy by tenfold in the next 15 years, from probably a 500 billion USD economy. So we think that this is definitely the place to go in terms of alternative financing, as opposed to the conventional financing that we have for the private sector. Yeah.
Okay, I think our time is fast spent, but I'll give each panelist a chance to give us a parting shot about these two industries. Oh.
Yeah, Mark, Daniel, I really enjoyed this panel. I have a question for you, and then moderator, I'll also ask them to ask each other one question. To Diana first. Diana, you've told us that government wants to be able to raise, our GDP wants to be able to raise money for government. And I know that when you're sitting here, the PSSP is sitting here, the minister is sitting here. Because I know that those of you that do not know, in most government ministries, actually no government ministries, they sit and discuss across. And that's why we had Diana come sit here. So we know that what we tell you is going to go back to your colleagues, the ministry. If you're going to raise this money, we feel that what government is doing is actually overtaxing, thinking that that's how it's going to be able to raise the money. But the challenge is when you overtax, especially companies that are in the digital economy, just because a company has decided to go online, does not mean that then becomes, there's a bullseye for government to be able to say, okay, this is now going to be easier for us to get money. And the example we can give is, for example, Safe Border and Safe Club. Safe Border started to be able to help aggregate right across the country, but as soon as they did that, then that's when Ministry of Finance came up with a digital tax on digital platforms. So the question was, why don't you go tax the borders in the street? Why are you going to a company that is organized in that particular regard? So the question is there a way you can be able to relay this message and perhaps be able to hear or get feedback from the private sector while coming up with this particular policy? And then the question to Mark, you say that companies shouldn't come looking for you, you should be the one looking for them. Now wait, where are they going to find you? So how are you going to find this company? So the question is, perhaps, can you share with the audience here, how do you find the companies that you invest in? Where do you find them if you're saying they should wait wherever they are? What they be? I don't know whether you guys know that image of a skeleton waiting for something. Now there are many memes. By the time they come, by the time you come there may be skeletons. That's that. And then, if each of you could, Mark, if you could tell Ministry of Finance, what do you think you need in the sector for you to be able to grow? And Diana, what do you think you need from the private sector for you guys to be able to actually have policies that work? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Perhaps we could let you answer first before we take on another question. So thank you, Kenneth, for those questions. One is on tax. Well, as I sit here, I don't speak for URA and its role in implementing whatever the Ministry of Finance has come up with. But this is what I can say. As opposed to previously, government is now more open to listen to the private sector. They've actually come up with a clear framework on the tax policy making process. And in this process, they want to engage more with the masses, engage more with the private sector, and hear them out before they actually pronounce a lot of these policies, these tax policies, for URA to be able to implement. So I think there's a window for us to engage with government and to provide feedback. Government is always willing to listen, provided the proposals are evidence-backed. So what I can speak to this audience is, as and when you spoke to entities like Safe Border, a lot of these entities are usually in our offices and we're engaging. And if a proposal doesn't seem to work out for them in terms of the tax proposal, it's usually rescinded before it goes out there. So engage as much as possible with the Ministry of Finance, and this equally includes writing to the ministry, and the ministry will definitely be able to respond. So I think that is what I can speak to with respect to tax. We've also received a lot of feedback in terms of enforcement, that the enforcement is harsh. And instead of keeping businesses alive, businesses are actually dying because of the enforcement mechanisms. And I think there is a dialogue to that effect to ensure that this is done in a more humane and seamless manner, to ensure that we keep businesses alive as opposed to killing them. In terms of what I'll speak to Mark, in terms of what government is doing, I think I've already said that around the legal regulatory. Maybe my question to him would be, what more he thinks government can do to make the business environment for PEs and VCs more favorable to operate in the country.
Thank you. So I will start with the two questions so I don't get lost. To answer your question of what can government do, of course, for us, most of the money we use is foreign money, right? We need to get incentives for local investment. That's the biggest problem. We have so many wealthy people in this country. Of course, the money is illicit, but even if it is, we need to find incentives that stimulate the private sector in Uganda to participate in this startup ecosystem. I'll give an example. We used to do a lot of angel investor trips. I told you I have an office in Amsterdam. Do you know that when those Dutch investors, actually, we talked about Center, this is where he met them. When those Dutch investors come here to see the opportunities we show them, we take them to the embassy at the DFCU building. They have something called a mission voucher. The embassy stamps it. When they go back to Netherlands, they get half of their costs reimbursed because they simply came with their own private money to look for opportunities. So this is an incentive the Dutch government has for their people to go out on their own cost. 50% of your cost is reimbursed as long as the embassy in the host country recognizes that you came. So we call the ambassador, we go for a 20-minute meeting, stamp everybody's mission voucher, and we head out. When they go back home, they submit it at Foreign Affairs. They get 50% of their hotel, their flight, their food, their alchemist, everything reimbursed. So, that's the incentives. And that's, we don't have to go that far. But locally, what's the incentive for me to put money into value? What's my incentive? Do I need a tax incentive of my income tax? Does he get, for example, his first 5 employees for 3 years don't pay as you earn? Incentives to get all of us to participate in this space. The absence of that, this shall be a very, very slow climb. So that answers your question. To your question about what do I want to tell government? Sorry, see, government has come up. I think government has asked enough questions and we've answered. They're just not acting. But I understand why. And that's the problem. I think we don't know each other enough. We don't understand their system. They write loose minutes before it goes here, then somebody signs, comes back. Just the bureaucracy of government, which is important for accountability, because private sector doesn't understand it, we get super frustrated at the pace at which you move. Help us, sit with us, educate us, such that we recognize if I need something to move and it's going to take 12 months, I need to start today. I can't come on month 11 and I'm pissed off because government isn't moving. So the big problem is we don't understand how you work. We don't understand why you work the way you do. And we get frustrated, and in the process, we simply ignore you. Now, when we ignore a policy, eventually it can't. So if there's a way we can continue, not just talk, but do, take risks. That's why I love the central bank with their sandbox thing they put together for fintechs. They took a risk. Start, we watch. If something's a problem, we work together. But let's move, because industry is moving too fast. The same thing is happening with us. Many of us are not registered because we go to CMA, we don't know the registration. They don't know either. Everyone is just lost. So the more we speak together but actually do stuff will help. Your question to me was what specifically? How do companies get to know me? Yes. The proof is in the market. In Rwanda, we have a company that we invested in $1.2 million.
Finance, your very own ministry. So what was the motivation behind that? Yet we've had that work punctuating the discussions here as one of the challenges. So I want to know why was that? What was the motivation behind it? And whether you're thinking about bringing up something. We've seen government, every time they've struck down a law from court and government did invested, in a few months, it's back on the floor. So we want to know what happened to that. Then for Mark, there is this thing that I was Raymond serving a few months back, defining a startup in the Ugandan context. You've spoken about ready-mix concrete in Kenya, but we had a challenge with the legislators and of course the people in the ministries as to what is a startup in the Ugandan context. And just the key point here is that can I divorce technology, the ones and the zeros, the code from any business, and I stay as a startup? That's my view. can I divorce the technology bit, that bit where I don't have to do any coding and everything, and I just have my idea? Probably when we are pitching, I talk about the purifier. There's no really, you can say that here there is some app and what, but it's just an idea that is that can also, let's say it's scalable. Can I, in the Ugandan context, what do we need to import from elsewhere, but the Ugandan context, can I still be defined as a startup that can be invested in?
Let me just also articulate a bit of what you're saying. You see, if you look at VC, you look at high growth companies. So the argument is, how are you able to achieve that high growth in such a short span? Can you be able to achieve it without technology? So what is a startup in the Ugandan context? Because it gets confused around all the time. I'm a startup, but are you really, or you're an SME?
Well, thank you for that question, and sorry, I think I should have been corrected then. You asked a question about the Capital Markets Authority Act, the numerous occasions on which CMA has tried to amend the law and has been denied a certificate of financial implication. So I think two things. Reform is a continuous process. This is because every now and then there are new developments, among others. The situation that we're speaking to today probably did not exist in Uganda about 20 years ago. So we need to continuously amend. Usually when a certificate of financial implication is to be issued for a law to be progressed through the different channels, cabinet, parliament, among others, there's a criteria that has to be ticked off. And what I think could have been the issue, it probably relates to the fact that a lot of the issues that the stakeholders were speaking to had not been captured. So usually when the principles for the amendment do not speak to the holistic picture around the issues that stakeholders are raising, it will be difficult to get a certificate of financial implication. So that is what offhead I could speak to, and I'm sure by now this is something that has been cured, and that's why we're progressing with it.
I think so. Your question was, can you be a startup if you're not in the tech space? Yeah, I mean, startup by nature means what stage is your business, right? Is it beginning? Are you starting? And that fits into what you was teaching. This is the type of capital.
You must be able to articulate how this thing will grow, and I'll get my money back. And it cannot be what we're saying in our pitch, that it will just happen. No. It has to be verifiable, right? So that's the most important thing. The rest will come. Money solves all problems. So if you're selling and you have everything else will work out. If you need an expensive CEO, CFO, you will get him. But the problem is him. The problem is most times entrepreneurs are so focused on fundraising as opposed to the product. To the extent that when the money comes in, the business has actually been pivoting. Because all the time they spend it talking to people like me. They're wasting a lot of time. Just focus on the business, it will sell, push up. It's hard to believe when you need the money, I understand. It's very hard to believe, but that's the truth.
I don't see any other questions, so maybe that should be the last, I guess.
Thank you. Mine goes to Mark. In your presentation, you spoke about co-founder fights. So my mind ran to culture, startup culture. You've emphasized, you've spoken about the finances, the projections, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts about startup culture, the composition of the team. Do the funders look into that, the professional experience, the space they're working into, the exposure, diversity? Is that an element that funders like you look at in financing companies which have potential for growth, startups, sorry? Thank you.
Of course, the profile of the team is important, right? We need to know that the kind of people that we're going to invest our money in are going to drive it. The challenge you'll have as a startup, typically at the beginning, you cannot afford talent. And that's the truth.
So it's easy to stack your deck with saying, I have Mark as our board of advisors, but you really have my time and commitment, right? So yes, the team is extremely important because you're the ones who are going to drive the business. But the truth is, it's challenging to have a rock solid team when you don't have capital. And that's where maybe a board of advisors is more useful than the actual people working. Because I understand you're not going to afford a $100,000 deal, right? So if you don't have that, at least you have somebody who has exited the transaction, who understands your business on your board, who can advise you how to get to that place. But those co-founder wars happen, and especially in the startup world. It's easy to start up a business with your roommate. The time the guy stops working or her, get her off the cap table, because these problems come up at the end and they frustrate transactions. Many of our transactions have collapsed because some co-founder from when they were in a hostel in a cozy shows up all of a sudden and says, I'm part of this thing, and we all walk away. So if the person is not in the business anymore, go to URSB, fix all those things now, because raising capital like this from CK, raising capital is not an achievement, it's an obligation. Whether that capital is from me, or that it's from the bank, or that it's from your friends, you're going to have to get money at some point. So understand that and get yourself in a place that when that time comes, you're ready. It's just that usually we find that people ignore those things, and then when we come in with our money, all these co-founder challenges show up. Somebody wants to get paid out, I'm not willing to pay them out because I don't even know them, I don't know what value they add. So fix all those problems. The team is important, but it is understandable if you don't have a rock solid team based on the state of your business. If you're looking for PE money and your business is very mature, but you have a lousy team, it will show. But that doesn't stop the transaction. We've done deals where one of our conditions to funding is actually recent transactions we have just concluded. We have made it a requirement that within 6 months, they fire the CEO, who is the owner of the business, and they fire the CFO. Because they're not good, but the business is good. So the CEO is like, fine. Well, we have made it a requirement where we gave them the initial capital, we gave them a portion, let's call it 30%. We said within 6 months, we need a new CEO and a new CFO who know what they are doing. And once you have that, we'll give you the rest. So we're actually helping them source right now. So if you know a good CEO, then
And I think we've come to the end of the panel. Maybe if it's another parting shot for our audience.
sorry, yeah. So my parting shot is 2 things. One, and I've said the same things over and over again. One, focus on your business. Focus on your business work. But number 2, which might feel contrary, is educate yourself on how these things work. Because like I've said, a point will come when you're going to understand how money works. And if you don't, you'll pay me a lot of money to either figure it out for you, or you'll get a bad transaction. So while you're trying to do that, focus on your business. Sell your products, build the business, the rest will follow. So balance your time, because I know a lot of people spend time in settings like this, which can also be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous.
Thank you, Mark. My parting shot. And I've spoken to this, I think, numerous times as I was responding to a number of questions. How government is keen to see that this area of financing actually thrives in the country. And we are out there to ensure that we create an enabling environment for these kinds of investors to do their business. If you have any issues or you have any concerns or the areas that you'd like to reform, I'm happy to engage, but it would also be good to reach out to the ministry and share your concerns, your issues, and the areas of reform that you'd like to see in this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the panel. Nice to have you all here.
Let's give our panel a clap as they leave the stage. Thank you very much, Raymond, Diana, and Mark. That was a really enlightening discussion, and as Mark kept pointing out, please feel free to leave the stage, please. And as Mark kept pointing out, it's really not about just being in spaces like this and learning and learning and learning and learning forever and ever. You have to take these things and actually implement them. I hope that by the time we are in this moment that we finish this session, we are able to identify where our businesses lie, what kind of financing is right for you. they kept saying not everything is for everyone. I hope that now you have some information on how to figure out VC. All these things we'll be talking about are not just catchwords. It's real, you're meeting the people who are in these spaces, so let's be able to know where our businesses lie so that we can actually implement what we are learning and focus on those markets. All right, so we are done with just this part of the program. Just two things. First of all, thank you very much for spending the day with us. Let's just clap for ourselves. I know it's cliche, but please, we really appreciate you for spending the day with us. I hope that you are leaving with something important, whether it's someone you've met or knowledge you've acquired. I hope that this space has been as enlightening for you as it has been for us. It's been an honor so far, because we're going on. It's been an honor so far having you with us. We have exhibitors upstairs, so if you take these stairs and go up, you'll be able to visit some of our exhibitor stores, some of our partners, and I know Hungry Lulu is up there. We'll keep shouting them out because they really do have the freshest granola in the city. So please do check them out, as well as a few of our partners up there in a couple of minutes. Another thing, and what will be the final item on our two-day agenda, is our fireside chat, which we are going to have with Ms. Irene Birungi Mujisha, who is the Chief Executive of the Presidential CEO Forum. It's going to be a very interesting space. If you were with us yesterday, we're doing that again. We're doing that again with someone else. We're going to have a really nice conversation just down there in the lower garden. But please go ahead, have a look at the exhibitor space, come back down and join us. We'll be starting on the fireside chat in just about 10 minutes. Okay, let's make that 20. Let's take that 20 minutes to talk to someone. Please do visit the exhibitor space. I'll keep pushing that one so that we can appreciate some of the people who have helped us bring this together. Thank you once again, and I have been your MC, and we shall continue down there, Fiona Kemijisha. Thank you. Good evening.